got it, buddy! Good job, Boo Bear!
Propeller tail.
It's a propeller tail. He doesn't usually do that.
Oh, now it's all wet.
Good job, Bubba. You got it, buddy. What a good Boo Bear. What a good Boo Bear. You're my beautiful baby, Bubba Bear. You're my beautiful baby. You gonna bring it all the way up? You gonna bring it all the way up here? Come on, all the way. All the way. What a good boy. What a good Boo Bear.
Take a piss. Time for another round. Oh, don't roll in that water. Other doggies pee over there.
All right, ready to go down to the next one? Ready to go down to the next one? Woo-sha, sha, sha. Woo-sha, sha, sha. Woo-sha, sha, sha.
Careful, there is somebody fishing right down there by the next one.
This trail?
I think we're okay, yeah. Just gotta watch out for the fisher dude. How you doing, Boo? Huh? Good swim? Good swim? Yeah?
I got the ball.
Come on, we got a ball, let's
I
go.
got the ball.
That did not look like a limpy dog, but hopefully he won't jump too much and hurt himself in the process. It's the after effects that bother me. You're never sore during the football game, just afterwards.
There's a wire over there. See the wire netting right there? Right at the base of the tree right there. The wire netting, you can't see it?
I can't, no. Is it out in the water? Oh yeah, maybe they're trying to protect something going in that hole. Like animals or something. Girl, where you going?
Pay attention.
Yep. Yep. Oh, now with the ground cover, it makes it hard to see. Sure.
Ready?
No, you guys, I got video.
Ready, go? Good job, buddy. Good job, buddy. What a funny go-go. Good job, Bubba. Good job, Bubba. What a good Boo Bear. What a good Boo Bear. Come on, Bubba, all the way up here. Come on, all the way up here. Come on, all the way up, all the way up, all the way up. Good job, buddy. What a good Boo Bear you are. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No.
Come on, girl, let's go.
Tagging trees. How low do you gotta go to tag fucking trees? I mean, what
That's the ultimate in douchebaggery right there. I'm so cool, I'm gonna tag a tree. Idiots. Idiots, idiots, idiots. Don't you know that's nature, man? Can you believe it's November and it's 50 degrees outside here in the great Pacific Northwest?
Let's see, do we got a microphone? It looks like we got a microphone. We got a microphone. All right. So we got a microphone. We got a warmed up bong. Anybody else ready for a bong hit? Besides me? I'm ready for a bong hit. Bong hit time. All right, so that stretch of lakeside property that you just saw the dogs playing on and walking along is this same spot right here that you're looking at with the drone. So I wanted to show you guys that in case you're wondering where it is that we're walking, because I love that area. I love looking at the video of the dog. The dogs are so beautiful. I love seeing them be happy. They're such happy creatures, you know. It's just, dogs are just such a wonderful thing to have in your life. So I'm very thankful for the dogs, and I just wanted to show you guys this piece of video in case you're wondering where it is that we're walking and saying, wow, that really looks like a cool spot. It's a pretty cool spot. This is Magnuson Park. There's a giant doggy park there, and but we kind of stay away from the doggy park. There's a lot of people packed in a sim. It's a pretty big park, but it's, you know, it's packed in. It's all fenced in and everything. And they got this beautiful lake to walk along. Why would we want to be in this little tiny contained area? Except for that's the designated dog area. Fuck that. I don't need you to tell me where to go. All right, so I have a few bong hits to do with you guys. I thought we'd come out here and we'd touch bases with you guys, bring in the new year, see how it's going. If anybody wants to call, you can call at any time. The number's right there on the screen. It's 805-669-6397. And we are just, you know, we're just here to cruise along and have a lovely little New Year's Eve. There's no agenda. There's no pressure. There's no, you know, blah, 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 blah. This is how things are supposed to be. It's just us, you know, and the whole idea is that we can share, we can bring in the New Year's together, and we can at the same time social distance, be safe. I see this coronavirus thing as going away. I know you guys have heard me say this once or twice, but and they keep hyping it. They keep acting like Fauci keeps talking about, oh, we're gonna be in social distance mode until at least the fall. You know, I think people are just done with it. What I'm seeing people go, enough, you know. Like I said, the park is packed. When we go to the park, the stores are packed. You know, people are just not, they're not buying into this social distancing anymore. I don't know. It's I really think that, and it doesn't look like they're taking the vaccines, right? They're saying by the first of the year, 20 million Americans will have been vaccinated. Well, less than 2 million Americans have been vaccinated, and there seems to be lots of vaccine available. I'm hearing that they're vaccinating prisoners in prisons. I'm hearing that the members of Congress have been told that if they need, if their staff members need to get vaccinated, which the way I understand it, we all need to get vaccinated. But if their staff members need to get vaccinated, that they have vaccines available for members of Congress, staff members. I think they can't give the shit away, considering the fact that they're not charging anybody for it, and they're kind of just basically saying, yeah, come get your shot. I think they're really having trouble giving it away. So, and I think there's only so long that you can like push yourself, you can push people into this place where it's like, oh, fear, 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 and then the people just go, yeah, that's stupid. Or, you know, it's like, you know, there's nothing to be afraid of. We're top of the food chain. I'm not afraid of you. What's up, caller?
Yo, what up?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going great, man.
Right on.
It's great to talk to you.
Cool. Who's this?
This is hi, it's Rupert.
Hey,
from
Rupert.
YouTube.
Hey, Rupert. Nice to hear from you.
Yeah, you too, man.
So what's
I'm
going
glad
on?
I actually got a chance to call in on one of these because it seems like I miss these live streams.
I'm glad you got a chance to also.
So I wanted to call in. This is great. I'm so glad to talk to you. I mean, I've been aware of your channel forever, and correct me if I'm wrong. It seems like you kind of stepped out from behind the curtain at some point. I don't remember your face being involved.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you're there.
Yeah, I was for a long time a big part of what I see on television is people telling you what you're supposed to think. And I didn't want to be another person telling you what you're supposed to think. I wanted to show you what was happening, and then allow you guys an opportunity to have a discussion amongst yourselves, and make up your own minds. I didn't want to be just another person saying, yeah, this is what you're supposed to think about this. So that's what I've tried to do until and it seems like. For a long time, Craig and my other friends have been pushing me to do a live show, and because that's how we all met, was I was doing live television, and so it wasn't like something new to us. So, and I just didn't. I have kind of an overwhelming personality. I just didn't want to, I didn't want my opinion to be your opinion. I wanted everybody's opinion, and I wanted everybody's opinion also. On the videos. I didn't want to, like, because a lot of times if I was to come out and say, oh, this is what I think, and here's the video, that people would just kind of agree with you, and that wasn't what I was looking for out of the YouTube experience for Mox News viewers. So.
It was always crazy to me how much content you put up. Like, how did this dude go through all this? Like, does this guy have three TVs going at one time or something?
Oh yeah, we had basically we have 3 capture devices. I have 2 televisions on my desk, on my work desk in my office, and then we have the live show studio, and then I have another work desk in the living room, which is hooked up to that television. It's just basically we're ready for an emergency kind of situation. If the shit hits the fan, you will see so much content coming from us. It will be like before we just been sleeping. Like you never seen anything yet. So we're definitely in position.
Yeah, dude. And there was one point, I can think of a few points in life. I don't know. Seems like 10 years, maybe not quite that long. But there are points where and I have the same problem. Sometimes I'm up, sometimes I'm down. But it seems like at one point your view counts were unstoppable. You were tearing it up. Like, it was really good to refer to if you were like in a conspiracy fight on the internet with your uncle or something. It's like, oh yeah, well look at this.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you were around when YouTube first started. But the first few years of YouTube, they had like awards that they would give, like little badges they would give every day, and it'd be like top 100 views, down, and they, anybody within the top 100 would get a badge and be like, most favorited and most liked videos and all the kind of stuff. Like, they'd have awards.
It was real.
Yeah, and Mox News was often in the top 5 of view counts for YouTube, and not just news. And it was also often, it was always in the top 100, day after day after day after day. So it was, but everything kind of changed when Google took over. Google took over, and they're just like, oh, we gotta make money off of this, and that fucks up a lot of shit.
Totally. I was gonna the one thing I'm so glad that we got a chance to catch up like that. I had a question for you.
Yeah.
Seems to me that a lot of people have the expectation that because the minute hand is going to go around the clock again and it's going to change the year, that all the stuff that has obviously not been resolved is somehow going to magically disappear, and they're going to be hypercritical of this next year, like, oh no, this one sucks too, or oh, this is great, see, 2020 was the one that sucked. And I feel like people are about to be seriously let down. I wanted to see if you concurred with that.
They're setting themselves up in a big way. I think it's kind of remarkable. See, it's this. I've been talking about this for weeks and weeks. That there's just this misprogramming and information that goes on constantly in our lives. So from the time we're little, we're misinformed and misprogrammed. So you know, when we get used to it, we get used to the misprogramming, and it's just easier than fighting it. You know, fighting it, constantly trying to point out to everybody, look how fucked up this shit is really not an easy way to go through life. And so when they say, oh, you know, when you start hearing over and over again, oh, thank God 2020 is almost over, you know, and you start hearing, you know, oh, 2021's got to be better, and, you know, all this stuff. I think you're right. I think they're setting themselves up in a big way. I think that they're desperate. I think we're really can't stand the way things are anymore, and they just you know, it's so complicated. We're so misinformed from the time we're little. We're so misprogrammed from the time we're little that now we're in this place that's really fucked up, and we're very confused about which way to turn and what to do. So, you know, it's I can't imagine it getting much worse, but it always could.
It seems like there's a lot of stuff that's not resolved. Like the election doesn't even feel resolved.
Yeah, the election.
There's a march on D.C. on the 6th.
Yeah.
And there's rumors that this is going to, not that there's going to be violence, but that there's going to be like setting the tone a little bit. Like, okay, you guys want to play ball? Let's play ball.
You know what? I mean, we've heard these kind of things numerous times, and then they don't ever pan out. You know, so I wouldn't put too much stock in the idea that, you know, that something big is going to happen, and, you know, because they might have their little march, and that's cool, and I'm always glad to see people in the streets, and I always support the people in the streets regardless of their position. I don't, because that's what it means to be American, to go into the street and demand fucking, you know, demand better. And I think that it makes sense that it feels like the election's not resolved yet, because to me the 2000 election is still not resolved, you know, and we've just kind of been in fuckery the whole time since then. You know, it's like some kind of fucking game where you know, oh, well, we don't have to resolve shit. We just keep moving forward. If we just keep moving forward, and like Obama said, oh, we don't want to look back. We have to look forward, you know, to make good things happen in the future. You know, that's fine. But if we don't hold assholes accountable for being fucking horrible piece of shit assholes that were put in a position of power to look out for everyone, and the only people they looked out for was themselves, then we're just going to have more and more horrible pieces of shit in power. So that's, you know, it's time to start holding these people accountable. And otherwise, why wouldn't, you know, the most horrible people in our society want to be, you know, Congress members, you know? Look at it. Donald Trump is a fucking president of the United States, man. You know what I'm saying?
It's weird. It has never stopped being weird the whole time. And I mean, the way you're talking, you can hear that you've been involved in politics for a long time. You've got that heartbreak. I've heard that before.
I've heard it. I think it's one of the important messages that I need to get across is that I've heard this. It's like people, you know, when the coronavirus first came out, you know, I kept telling people, you know, they say it takes 2 weeks, you know, to show symptoms and all this stuff. So can you just stay cool for 2 weeks? You know, because people were just freaking out like, we're all going to die. And I'm like, dude, this is the same shit after 9/11. It was the terrorists, you know? And I mean, the terrorists. If we haven't learned anything, is fucking bullshit. There is no the terrorists. The terrorists are in Washington, D.C. This fucking tarred in fucking Nashville, his girlfriend went to the police and said he's building bombs in this RV. Okay? The terrorist is your local fucking police department, the FBI, the CIA, you know, they probably got the message he's building bombs in his fucking RV, and they went to him and said, oh, you need this stuff to do it right. You know? That's our fucking government. That's who the fucking terrorist is. So, I just, you know, my message is don't buy into the fear. Because it's just this overwhelming message. Be afraid, be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. And now they want you afraid of everybody wearing a mask, which is fucking everybody, you know? So, and it's just so clear and so obvious what they're doing, but it's just been going on and just, it's that boiling frog thing, you know?
You just basically illustrated the next point that I wanted to make was 2020 is exactly what I thought America was going to be right after 9/11. I was like, here we go. Like, we're all going to start fighting, and this whole thing's going to fall apart, and the government's going to go bananas. And it's just taken it's taken little baby steps to get to this point. If you compare now to then, it's almost like you're comparing 2000 to 1980. It's worlds apart.
It's worlds apart.
This is what I thought it was going to turn into. So now I'm like, oh, there it is. Boom goes the dynamite. There they go.
Yeah, it seems like a plan. I mean, when I look at this pandemic, you know, lockdown kind of shit, what I see some kind of weird thing, like they're doing something and they don't want us to see it, so they have us all hiding in our homes. It's like in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, right? When the flying saucers come down to have their big event where they meet with the humans, they have a train wreck, and the train wreck is a chemical spill, and they have to evacuate people for 100 miles in every direction, you know? And then they have their open space. It's like now they have this fucking pandemic, and you have to hide in your house, and you have to only listen to the mainstream media, and you have to have your blinders on 24/7, and you have to be in line. You have to be ready to get in line to get your vaccine, and it's just too much. You know what I mean? If the pandemic was real, we wouldn't have to have actual commercials, I guess you call them PSAs, on television, public service announcements, stating the pandemic is real. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They have literal PSAs saying, oh, we've learned so much over the last few months. You know, social distancing works. Wearing a mask is important. The pandemic is real. You know, you don't need someone to say those words, but they need to make sure that those words are in your head over and over again. Every commercial break, we want to make sure this gets into their fucking head because they're not buying it, and we need to buy it. We need more of them to buy into it. It's very. And now we got the vaccine, right? And now all of a sudden, oh no, now there's this super spreader fucking variant of the thing. All of a sudden, when we get the vaccine, and nobody apparently is really interested in taking the vaccine, from what I'm seeing, you know, all of a sudden there's this super variant, and it happens so fast, and it spreads so quickly, and everybody's gonna get it, and we're all gonna die. It's just getting worse and worse. But you know what? The current vaccine looks like it works perfectly against it, so you might want to be getting your name on that list. It's fucking.
Doesn't it seem
the fear just doesn't
like the desperate behavior of a bully who's been backed into a corner? It's really, really not well thought out.
It's kind of beyond not well thought out to, you know, blatantly obvious, kind of. If you weren't so, you know, if we weren't so fucking bought into it, if we're all so invested into what this reality is right here, right now, and that's because we're so misinformed. Over and over, misprogram, over and over and over again. You know, this is how it is. This is how it is. It's not. I was thinking earlier, you know, why isn't there from the time we're in kindergarten in America, why isn't there like music appreciation classes? So you have these fucking kindergartners, first graders, you know, second, third, and you know, all through high school, you know, being exposed to all these different types of music and just, you know, understanding it, and because music is like a universal language, and I just think it would fill their souls, you know, just immediately, and there's a reason.
I'm a music teacher.
There's a reason that we don't have programming like that, and it's because that would make actual individuals who think on their own, and that's not what we're looking for out of the school systems, and it's really fucked up. Because I mean, I can just see how it's so simple to start this over and do it right, and nobody's even looking at the basics on how we start to do this right.
Yeah, I don't know. If I wish people would start to think more like a group. You know,
Yeah.
let's consider the group, and then I don't know. It seems
Well,
like
that's-
after World War II, America had its shit together. Everybody was on the same page, and we were all sort of moving as a unit. And we don't have that kind of unity anymore. Our dignity is all washed up, and it's
Well,
we got to find our dignity, man.
well, you know, it's the main thing again. The main thing that they do is they want to divide us. They want us all into these little separate groups. You know, men, women, blacks, whites. You know, religions, every little group that they can break us down into. That's what they want, to separate it as much as possible, and you know, somehow that group, since you're not part of our group, you're against us. You know, and it's like, I agree with what you're saying. We need to be able to move beyond that programming. That's the worst part of the programming, is the division and the fear. That's the fear is the easiest way to divide us. That's again what this whole pandemic thing is all about. That's what the forced mandated mask orders are all about. You know, you have to wear a mask. So it is that you're constantly reminded who you need to be afraid of, and you need to be afraid of absolutely everyone. That's why they're all wearing masks. That's why they're wearing a mask, because they could infect you. You're not wearing a mask because it's going to somehow protect you, because the masks don't protect you. We've been told this again and again. What it does is it keeps the virus from spreading. So those people with masks on, you're supposed to be afraid of every single motherfucking last one of them, because they're potentially a death sentence for you. And that's what we're being reminded of again and again. And the programming is just so wrong. You know, it's like you're saying, if we could come together and if we could come together and move beyond this left, right, you know, Jew, Christian, you know, black, white, all these fucking things that divide us. You're gay, straight, men, women, just the list just grows and grows every single minute of every single fucking day. And realize that what matters is that, you know, that you're my neighbor, and I want to love my neighbor. You know, and that's really all that matters. Nothing else beyond that matters. And if we can do that, we could make anything happen on this planet. This planet overnight could be the blue-green jewel that it's meant to be, instead of the arid desert that it's turning into. Hey, baby girl.
That's crazy. Hey, dude, I really appreciate you sharing your air with me. It's actually quite an honor, because I've been a viewer for a long time, and I hope that I hope we can do this again.
I hope we can too. I'm really looking forward to it. So please do your best to make it happen.
Yo, can I give a plug?
Sure.
I'm Hyatt Rupert on Facebook. Hyatt Rupert, look me up, Hyatt Rupert on YouTube. Some of you might already know me that are watching. Thank you so much for that, man.
All right, bro. Stay cool.
You too. See you next time.
See ya. All right.
Peace.
See ya. All right, so the number's right there if you guys want to call. The number is 805-669-6397. I didn't prepare a bunch of videos for tonight. I just really want to talk to you guys. That's why I'm here tonight. It's really why I'm here every night. I prepare videos basically just so I can have a break. Well, actually, that's not true. The videos are always of important viewing, and I have ones in place ready to go. They're just that you guys have seen them already. That's all. But every one of them is worth a second view. So, you know, if I decide that I want to play videos, I can always do that. Let's see. It was very nice to hear from that caller, and I love hearing from all of you guys. You guys are what my work on YouTube has always been about. It's never been about me and what I think and what I want and, you know, me becoming famous or rich or any of that bullshit. It's just been about trying to do right by my neighbor, by you guys, by trying to stand up against the forces of evil. You know, the CNNs and the Fox News and give you guys voice, because that's the biggest part, is that this programming goes on, this incredibly negative programming in which they, you know, spew fear, be afraid of your neighbor, be afraid. It goes on, and you don't really ever get to counter there. You know, I mean, you might in your head say, oh, that's bullshit or whatever, but you don't ever get to say, you know what, these people are full of shit and here's why, and then you get somebody else who agrees with you. And that's what Fox News was always about on the YouTube. When like Rupert was saying, when we wouldn't actually have when I wouldn't do on camera stuff, I kind of stayed in the background because it was you guys' opinions that matter. And it still is. Always has been, always will be. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mox, how's it going?
Okay. How's it going with you?
Not bad. It's David from New York. I thought I would call. I'm calling 2 days in a row.
Right on.
You know,
good to hear from you.
You know, well, I was checking out, you know, I always check out everybody I talk to. You're about to cross the threshold. You're about to cross the threshold of 90 million views.
Huh.
Right? Let's see. Yeah, 90 million views on your video on YouTube.
On this one channel. I mean, you know, you got to realize
on this one, yeah
that I've had
on this one channel.
That I've had numerous channels, and that you know, there's I think there's about 11,000 videos on this channel, and and on the, you know, and that's like it's like 1/5 of what I published on YouTube. So, you know.
Yeah. That's an amazing accomplishment. I mean, 90 million views. I mean, even, you know, it's just one channel, and it's just, but that's not a small thing.
I probably served 1 billion or more views off of the internet overall when I started. We started crashing servers in 1997, dude. I had people coming to me saying, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but we want in on it, okay? I mean, really big people. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a pretty discerning kind of guy. I don't click on all the bullshit. I look for, you know, genuine people first and foremost. So the genuine aspect of YouTube, I think a lot of YouTubers might say that, but then they, you know, act with a lot of, you know, disingenuous motives. But you've always been very genuine, and you're the most real dude doing a live call-in show that I found. I mean, I haven't necessarily gone out and searched a ton of live call-in shows, but there's quite a few, and yes, there might be some small numbers during the actual show itself, but there's no question you're the most genuine guy I've come across doing live call-in shows on YouTube, and you know, it's like finding gold in the creek. You know, I don't, you know, I don't do a ton of searching, but
Yeah.
I certainly do more than most, I would say.
Yeah, well, you see,
I would say,
I mean, you see callers call in, you know, and I don't necessarily agree with them a lot of the time. And but it's not that I at the same time I know that I don't necessarily agree with them because I actually listen to what they're saying and act like what they're saying is of value and that we want it to be heard so that, you know, I can respond to it properly.
oh, absolutely. I think a lot of people that listen to your show are very much not like me, where I might agree with almost everything you say. I don't think there's a lot of people like me that are either calling in or listening or participating in the chat. I think a lot of the guys in the chat, you know, sometimes I read the chat and I'm thinking, why are these guys even here? It forces me to look deeper into it and say, well, it's because he doesn't. This is the last vestige of free speech. He allows them to say whatever they want in the chat. And
we're trying to have a discussion, and as trollish as many and childish as many of the people may seem, they are part of the discussion, and many of them have very, very strong opinions about what it is that they're saying. You know, and I don't want to act like that shouldn't be part of the discussion, because the discussion needs to be all of us. We all need to sit down, and all the voices need to be heard, and then after all the voices are heard, then they can feel like, okay, they actually heard what I said, they respond what I said, and we can start to move a direction together instead of, you know, a million frayed off things that are, you know, that allow them to conquer us. Because, and I'm not saying we all need to think of one like mind in any way, shape, or form. That's not what I just said. What I said is that everybody's opinion matters, and that we need to, you know, but we need to come together. This division thing that we've all kind of bought into is a lie. You know, and it's programming, and it's incredibly negative programming, and you and your loved ones and your children and the people coming after you, they all deserve better.
Yep.
Yeah.
There was a reason why, you know, if people search the internet and they find images of the Ku Klux Klan marching with, you know, 10,000 people down the streets of New York or Washington or any other city, there was a very specific reason why nobody interfered with that, because and I think it was really important, because the First Amendment, free speech, this requires that everybody can say what's on their mind, and let's have a discussion. So nobody interfered with that, and I use that as the extreme example in the United States, because even at the time when they were burning churches and burning crosses in front of black people's yards, and I'm actually, you know, this actually ties into what this year is all about, by the way. We didn't interfere with what those people were saying when they were marching. We allowed them to have their marches. They wore their little white hoods, and we let them march down the street, because we knew that if you start limiting free speech, it cuts off the conversation right at the neck, and you can't do that. That's what monarchy does. And this is, our whole foundation is founded upon, look, we're going to try this thing. It's an experiment, but we believe in it. And the whole belief is based in, look, if you take a whole bunch of swinging dicks and put them in a room and force them to talk to each other, they can come out of there with an agreement without killing each other or oppressing, you know, an entire segment of society and forcing them into slavery. We believe that this is possible. Yeah. We believe that humanity can actually just go about their business and be cool.
Yeah.
You know, and anybody who's not cool can be converted into cool. You can be cool.
Right.
and I think that is why none of that was ever interfered with. Now,
well, there's more to it than that. As in within my comment section, people have always asked, why do you allow this person to talk? Why do you allow that person? And it's because as with the example you used of the people in hooded, outfits marching down the street.
That's right.
We want to know who those people are. On top of the other things, we want to know that person has this particular mindset, and that's what I've always said about the commenting. When someone's being a dickhole in this way or that way, and people are like, "Why don't you just block that guy?" I'm like, because we want to know these people. We want to go, okay, see who this is. We know who that guy is. There's no reason to fuck with him. And you know what? If nobody, it's like if when there's a troll in there and he's looking for fucking people to fuck with, and everybody already knows that guy's a troll. nobody takes the bait, and he just goes and fucks with other people. He just stops messing with our shit. So there's a whole lot of reasons why but mostly we want to know where those people are. When it comes to the extreme measures like that you talk about, the KKK burning crosses and such, we want to know that that's who that person is. So I don't really want to have much of a discussion with this person or build any kind of a relationship with that person. And at the same time, we want to give them, as you're saying, the opportunity to actually genuinely become cool. You're not blocked out from being cool. You can be part of this. It's you're the one choosing to be some fucking outside agitator, and you're doing it solely because somehow you enjoy poking the monkey. You like causing a problem. You like feeling like, I'm fucking with these people. And that's, I don't know how, see, if there was a big bully that lived next to you, and he was much bigger and much more of a bully than you, the last thing you're going to be, want is that person being in that person's bullseye. So and why you can't realize that on your own, maybe being around other cool people and realizing that they're not, these triggered individuals who the second you say some stupid shit, they're gonna all jump on your case, I mean, it's like, whatever. Oh, look, there's another one. Hey.
Yeah. I actually think that it all boils down to the best way to convey this kind of stuff, and what I've been working towards is mythology. And I've been building a new mythology based on our new information and our, because the science of DNA, the science of geography, the science of archaeology, the science of anthropology, all these sciences have been accumulating such enormous amounts of data that nobody individually can take it all in, and it has to be distilled into some kind of story, a small story. So I guess the whole reason I called, if you're willing to entertain it, I'd like to just tell a short story about the history of man and the history of the white race.
Yeah, well, I think that's something that I've actually, not necessarily the white race, but I think that's partially what I've been doing with Mox News also, is that I've been showing, history, even though it just happened just now. Is history, and giving people again an opportunity to voice their opinions about this amazing history that just happened. So okay, go ahead.
So when I think about the story of man, I think there is a consensus that it started, certainly black man or at the eastern part of Africa is the origin of humanity, and from there it spreads out into the world, and we find ourselves where we are today. And why? And everybody asks this question: why are the northern peoples so oppressive and so regimented and so authoritative and religious and just so fixated on dominating other people? And I say, well, think about it from the perspective of the original peoples. And this is a biological thing. I think it's true. I mean, I'm not a biogeneticist or anything like that, but I've heard that, black people are able to have a white baby, but white people don't have black babies. So that tells me that, this probably started with some black families having a white baby, and the people in that village becoming very upset about this, like, what in the hell is this? And they rejected this baby, or they thought, oh my God, this is for, whatever. They sacrificed them, they killed them, whatever.
Prophecy, man. It's prophecy.
Yeah, this is ancient stuff. And and it still goes on, by the way. The Painted Bird, I don't know if anybody hasn't read the book, Painted Bird by Jerzy Kosinski. I think it's a must read. It is required reading for literature majors in college, I believe, in most places. But The Painted Bird by Jerzy Kosinski puts this pretty well, except it's in a different light. But the basic premise is that any species that has a certain coloration, whether it's birds or wolves or anything, if a parents of that have a baby that's a different color, it will be automatically rejected by the tribe or the pack or whatever it is. And that's natural and normal, and it's something that has to be overcome by that species in order for their adaptation. And in human species, it seems absolutely plausible when you examine the Berber people of the northern part of Africa, and you say, wow, that's interesting. And then so on and on it goes. But the child that is rejected by its tribe or mother or father or any parentage or any connection to its history is going to hold a certain grudge, a little bit of a, it's not a little bit, they hold a grudge, they have a vendetta, they have
this is the institutionalized racism that is the United States.
I think that's the maturation of it, because in the United States, what's unique about the United States is that none of us are from here. Okay, there is an indigenous population; they've been reduced to almost nothing. But the black race and the white people that are here, neither of them are from here. They're over here, kind of like in a space of sorting all this out. And everybody is kind of open to it, but very tentative in the approach. And we were one of the last countries to abolish slavery. But that's mostly religion, by the way. So but the basic premise of just looking at the human species living in Northern America now. Yes, we're over here sorting this out, and we've separated ourselves from that hemisphere. The Eastern Hemisphere has history and all this stuff going on. They can't get through it. We're over here. We've removed ourselves from that area, and willingly or not, here we are, and we're working it out. We're on the world stage for this, and this year, more than any other year, it was put on the world stage. And when the protests started in Minneapolis and spread throughout the United States, and by the way, Minneapolis is the Twin Cities in the center of the United States, and it spread from there all over the world. and there were, you know, hundreds of cities across the world where protests, you know, copied what we were doing, and they were down with it, and people were like, yes. And I mean, so this wasn't just a United States thing. This happened across the world.
Yeah.
This year, in the middle of the COVID.
Yeah.
Okay, which is very bizarre because this wasn't necessarily a very good year for going out and protesting for that kind of thing, because
I've seen
you know,
I've seen protests in Germany where they open water cannons on the protesters until the protesters put their mask on, because the protesters were refusing to wear masks, and they open the water cannons, and then when they put their mask on, they stop hitting them with the water cannons.
Yeah, in the United States, they definitely followed up with the protest because a lot of people were asking the question, did this make COVID worse? They definitely followed up with that, and what they found was that most of the protests were outside, most of the protesters were wearing masks, and it did not, you know, in a big way. Of course, it probably did in at least some kind of way, but it didn't affect it in as big a way as a lot of people might have thought, because it was outside and everybody's wearing masks. Now, of course, now that we know COVID, the best way to spread it is indoors. If you have a air circulating heat unit, in other words, not a boiler unit, but a HVAC that heats with air, circulating air heating unit. That's going to be the worst possible case scenario, because you're actually blowing it all over the place.
Right.
I mean, so ventilation is something that's been ignored throughout this entire process. If, you know, just somebody that has had basic biochemical training in the military for how do we prevent, you know, biochemical spread in large groups, ventilation is the first thing we address. So in my particular training, when it first broke out, I said, oh my God, the grocery stores have to fix their ventilation. They have to ventilate the cold air return to the outside of the building, and they have to bring in the warm air heading to the heat exchanger from the outside. And it's going to cost them, it's going to double their heating bills, but it's going to significantly improve the air quality in those big box stores. And none of them did it. It was not a thing, even though the National Guard in New York City did bring this up, but it was quickly quashed, and everybody said, no.
Yeah, the Costco. The Costco here, I don't know if it's here or nationwide, but the Costco, which is a big box store, has had like an outbreak. Their employees are having a problem. Like,
well, of course,
yeah.
Look, this is a very simple thing. This is step one. Step one: if you have a biochemical contagion in a population, and they rely on certain places to get their food and whatnot, the first thing that you want to do is improve and eliminate as much as possible the ventilation consequences, like, of that place. So if it's an open air market, that's great. If it's an enclosed space in a building, that is the first area of concern, and you want to ventilate that area so that it's got a fresh air return, so that you're circulating and having a complete air change of that building every 2 hours.
Yeah.
At least. That's the minimum. 2 hours is the minimum. You really would like it every 15 minutes.
I hear. I agree completely. Yeah. That seems like, and it doesn't seem that complicated to do that, and it doesn't seem like those steps are being taken at all, like you're saying.
And we're getting off the track. I was telling this story about how the white race has built up this animosity towards other colors.
It's again but again, this is the misprogramming. You know, it's not
Yes,
it's not
is.
something new. It's
It
something
is.
that's been going on a long, long time.
It is and it isn't. It's a natural process, but if we're aware of it, we can get rid of this very quickly.
Right. If you're aware that the idea that type of programming is incorrect, then you can
like
go,
if
well,
you
that's
have a grudge.
Yeah.
If you have a grudge against your parents, you can go to therapy. You can talk to a counselor. You can, if you still have a relationship with them, they can come too. And, everybody gets in a room, they all talk about it, and you resolve this thing, and you say, wow, okay, wow, the father got humble. He said, I'm sorry for beating you, or, the mother says, oh my God, I'm sorry. I didn't realize every time I slapped you that it would have an impact on 15 generations.
yeah.
The white race was so rejected from the original mother that they fled further and further north. Why would we go into the snow? Because we were a danger. It builds. These things build in the human family just as they do in any family. So the micro and the macro always are, pretty identical. The white race, born of, a different color, was rejected. They moved north. The mothers of the white babies are going, oh my God, we got to get them out of here because these guys are going to kill them. And so they keep pushing them north. And then on and on it goes through thousands and thousands of, maybe millions of years. It goes until none of this was ever resolved. Everybody's just running away from the issue. But it all comes back to what everybody says, and that is we are all brothers and sisters.
Again, it's more basic than that. It has to be.
Yeah.
This is my neighbor. I care about my neighbor. Okay, I care about my neighborhood. I care about all my neighbors.
Right.
And you know why? Because if you lift up that person or make that person's day, I honestly think that the part of the reason my neighborhood is so friendly is because I say hello to absolutely everybody, and I walk every day for hours, and I'm like, hi, and if they can say hello to me, then they can say hello to the people who look like them, because a lot of them, you can tell when they first move into the neighborhood, they kind of don't look away from their phones and shit, and especially with me, but I'm a little bit overwhelming. I'm like, hey, and the dogs too, they're like, who are you? What are you doing? So, but the dogs soften everything though too. Every people are like, oh my God, your dogs are so beautiful. I got another call holding, Dave.
All right, Max. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, good to hear from you. Stay cool.
All right, bye.
And I wanted to get to this caller because I've been waiting to get to this caller for a while. So whenever you're ready, I'm ready. Hello, caller.
Hello, Mr. Moxie. What's going on?
Hey, girl. I've been wanting to tell Craig to call you. I've been like, Craig, do you have her phone number? You need to call her, find out what's going on with her. Are you in Ohio or Texas?
Texas.
Yeah, did you get to Ohio?
From Ohio to Texas. No, sir, not with the picture Rona going on.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, girl.
Yeah, I know, but I'm about to go over there for Christmas in July.
Cool.
Yeah, because I figured with Biden, hey, maybe we'll have some kind of sense. Maybe they'll have a vaccine, or we'll see.
It'll be over, Michelle. It'll be over. It will no longer be like the #1 story all day, every day, by Aprel. So just stay cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Because look, the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, are gonna start their shit, and they're like, this is just weighing us down. We can't fucking get anything done with this fucking shit going on, and we got to get, we got to move beyond this because this is some kind of fucking. Are you still having a bunch of people get sick where you work?
No, it's dwindling down. Actually, dwindling down. He's getting better.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think people are finally fucking, figuring it out. But we still, here in Texas, still have the highest fucking cases. So
Yeah. Well,
I don't know, but
I think I honestly believe it's gonna turn around here pretty quick, Michelle. As soon as we get, it seems to be some kind of a thing to keep Donald Trump like kind of fuckeried. Like he doesn't know which way to turn from Sunday. Like he's not at Mar-a-Lago tonight and for his big celebration, New Year's Eve celebration that they do every year, where they promised people that the President of the United States was going to be at their New Year's Eve celebration, and instead they changed their plans and they went back to the White House. So
well, I'm confused.
Uh-huh.
Because why would Mar-a-Lago want Trump there when they just kicked him the fuck out? They told his happy ass, well, back in the day when he had bought Mar-a-Lago, him himself had made up the contract that says, people can stay here no more than 7 days, but they cannot live here. Well, guess what? You just trumped yourself, you dumb fuck.
Yeah.
So they're like, pulling all the stops to get rid of him. So I heard that he went to Washington because, look about that White House shit. No, anyways, what I have read, or researched, if you will, that he went to Washington earlier in his holidays because he wants to go over there to be with the Republicans to try to derail Trump's, Biden's fucking win. So that's why supposedly he went back. No, he went back because they fucking said you cannot live here, bitch. That's why he went back. But anyway, that's another story, whatever.
Yeah.
Why not?
Again, what I heard was that he's having a big party there on New Year's Eve tonight, and that the invitation said that the president would be in attendance. So.
Damn right.
Yeah.
Damn right. You get the Rona, you get the Rona, you get the Rona. You all motherfuckers get the Rona. Woo! Happy New Year, bitches. And that's going to be his send-off party. I would not go there even if you paid me. Fuck
no,
that.
Hell no.
Sounds like a fucking booby trap.
Who the fuck wants to be around those fucking garbage people that want to be in the same room with fucking Donald Trump? Jesus Christ, can you imagine? Can you imagine the fart smells that room must smell like? I don't want nowhere near that fucking room, dude. That's got to be like...
A bologna sandwich would be more interesting to me to go into that fucking party.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Fuck that. That would be ridiculous.
I've been to
lots... That'd be like watching paint dry, man. Fuck that. Nothing.
I've been to lots of boring parties, but that one would just be one that I would... See, the thing is that I've been to parties with billionaires, like invited by billionaires to parties. And,
ooh la la.
And I can't stand those people. Craig will tell you. I invited Craig to parties with billionaires, and
what part did you like? What part did you like?
I don't like those people. I don't like rich people. Okay,
are they too not down to earth? They're not like your average Joe, or no, what's the problem?
Okay, dude says, hey, well, I'm gonna order some pizza. What do you like on your pizza? And I say, so I like salami. And he says, really? Okay.
He said, I got some salami right here. Let me do my shit.
No, right. This guy is a billionaire. He's an Amazon billionaire. And when the movie V for Vendetta came out, which I talk about a lot, he called me.
You fucked up. He should have asked for beef jerky. Goddammit! Get it together, fuck.
Yeah, he called me on the phone and said you have to see this. He's also a movie producer. He's won an Oscar for a fucking movie, and he said you have to see this movie. When are you available? I want to take you to see this movie, right? So we go to the movie. I'm like, all right, when I'll go see the movie, whatever, and which again, I talk about this movie endlessly, so it's an amazing fucking movie. But before the movie starts, he looks at me and he says, I only have one rule. He says, no talking during the movie, right? And I'm like, whatever, I'm like, whatever. I don't understand the word rule, so you may.
I don't understand. I don't take orders very well.
Yeah.
Either, bro.
So
I'm not in the military, so it's hard for me to take that too. But
so
go
there's
ahead.
like so like at a certain part during the movie, right? There's this John Huston or John Carradine or whatever his name. I think John Carradine, the guy who plays like the dictator in the movie. He's like full screen, like close up on his face, right? Full screen, and his fucking pupils are just like giant black basketballs, right? And I look and I lean over to the guy and I go, look at the size of those pupils. And he turns to me and he says, "What did I tell you?" And I thought he was going to get up and walk out. I'm like, holy shit. I was like, okay, well, I guess we won't be going to movies together again, will we?
Man, I'd be like, bitch, you didn't see that process? Don't damn me, man. Damn me.
I don't know. What was it you told me? I don't know. I don't play that fucking game. Homie, don't play that. You know what? The reason that he's inviting me to the fucking movies in the first place is because he knows that that's not my fucking thing. Is rules. Okay? If my thing was rules, he never would have invited me anywhere. The whole fucking, you know, so this thing where this, I never would have been invited for pizza. I never would have been invited to his home for parties. I never would have been invited to the movies. And then he fucking looks at me and tells me this rule. You know, I only have one rule. You know. I'm like, whatever,
and then
you know.
And then you fuck up knowing who you are, and they're like, what the fuck did I tell you? What, bitch, do you know me? Why do you invite me if you know who I am, man?
Yeah, and again, he never ever would have invited me anywhere if I had been about rules, because he wouldn't
and
even
I would not be mad at that.
Nobody would fucking know who the fuck I am if I gave a fuck about the rules. Okay, that's the goddamn truth.
Yeah, fuck that motherfucker. You believe it like I do, man. Your rules don't mean shit to me, motherfucker. You don't own me. You don't rule me. I think I would have fun with millionaires.
Yeah.
Because I think I would just be there and just fuck them all up one at a time.
Are we going
like,
to
line them up, bitches.
I'm pretty sure we were. Bezos was at one of his parties. It was such crazy shit, Michelle. They'd have like a naked girl, and she'd be used as a table for sushi.
Yes, covered with food and shit.
For sushi, yeah.
I've been to one like that.
Yeah.
No, I'm just fucking with you. I've seen that shit though.
You know, or they'd have
right off of her.
Yeah.
Yeah. They eat right off of her.
Yeah, they have all kinds of goofy shit like that, you know, and it's just like, oh, look how cool we are.
But it goes to show you how stupid they are, because they're like, lay down, peasant, we're about to put food on you.
And she's like, okay, you can use me as a table for 2 hours for $2,000, no problem.
And I get paid $125 back. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, you can find anybody to do just about anything. That doesn't make you special, bitch. That makes you a fucking complete asshole.
It makes him look kind of crazy. It's this thing where they're trying way too hard to be cool. You know, like it's just, you know, I want everybody to know that I'm cool. You know,
but you're not. When you do stupid shit like that, it just shows that it's not even you. It's money. It's money. That's what's making them do shit. It's not even you. You know, you can tell them shit and whatever and offer people money all you want, and they're not doing it because out of respect for you or because you're fucking cool. And anybody that sees that shit, I mean, with common sense would, you know, see right through it. Like, oh, okay, they got a lot of money. Yeah, we get it. But goddamn, we have to eat off of a gold plate, have a gold fork, like fucking. Well, who does that shit?
It's not like, so much the gold plate and the gold fork as the rules. You have to play it by the rules. Now, I have this rule. I have that rule. You know, I'm just like,
that's
good plan, dude.
Because the average man don't live like that. You know, to me, anyways, it's like a mythical shit.
Yeah,
you know, it's like fantasy. Like that's the way they used to do it back in the day. with kings and queens.
Right. Yeah.
And that's the problem, that these guys nowadays think that they're kings and they can make anybody do whatever they want. And that's just to stroke their ego.
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing that can be stroked, because you can't stroke a micro penis. So that's the only thing they got. You know, that's why they flaunt their money the way they fucking do.
It's
that's
really strange.
For it.
It's really strange.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you meet somebody and they tell you, you know, like you're trying to get to know somebody new, and the first thing they tell you is, well, I have a good job and I make X amount of money and I have this amount of money. It's just like, okay.
I went there.
Now, is that money?
We went there.
They would like that.
We went there one night. We went there one night.
That's the only thing they have to offer, Mike. That's the only thing they have to offer.
We went there.
They have no substance. That's ridiculous. I would not fucking ever go with somebody like that.
We went there one night. It was a pajama party, right? And I get this fucking like flowing silk robe, you know, and I put on this marijuana lei. I had like this beautiful marijuana lei on, you know, and I'm walking around the party, and this woman walks up to me and she says, "Do you belong here?" It's a fucking pajama party. And I'm like, why don't you go ask Scott, you know? And then she comes back and she says, oh, Scott says that you have so many funny stories, so tell me a story. And I was like, fucking get your ass over here, Scott! Is this why you bring me to this party? Because you want me to be part of your fucking entertainment? I don't treat those people, you know,
Yes, sir. Tell me a story.
Yeah, it's like, it's like, do your little minstrel show for us, you know? Fuck you. So.
They could have been. I've seen that happen in movies time after time, but not to know that somebody was set up like that. Wow, makes that shit a little bit more interesting.
it's just weird.
Fucking Mike, you didn't even know, bro. Don't be so trusting. Just say no to that shit.
It's not that. It's just obvious. If anybody spent any time around me, it's pretty clear who I am. And, you know, I will be more than happy to have an interesting discussion with you, but I'm not here to fucking entertain you. I'm not, you don't say,
see, that's what happens when people fucking don't think that you're quote unquote one of them.
Yeah, you don't, do you
that's
belong?
What they think that right away, you must have a purpose, and they're trying to figure it out.
Do you belong
and it's like, you know, there's nothing to figure out other than I'm enjoying the same party as you, bitch. You know?
I met this one girl at the party, right? And I walk up to her and I go, this is a crazy party, huh? And she says, I'm Jewish. Literally. And I'm like, I don't understand what that means. What does that mean? What does it have to do with anything that I just said? I said, this is a crazy party, huh? She said, I'm Jewish. What the fuck does that mean?
There might be a level up over like vessels. It goes vessels and then it goes, I'm Jewish. Maybe that's what happens.
That's crazy, dude.
She was just like, I know how you Americans respect us Jewish people. After all, Jesus Christ was born in our fucking country. So therefore, I'm Jewish, you shall bow, bitch. God damn. I'm telling you, it comes in all shapes and sizes, bro. That's a damn shame.
It's just crazy. I was like, I don't know how to respond to this. I was just kind of like, okay, good luck with that.
And be like, okay.
Okay.
I mean, what do you say to that?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you say to that?
What is the correct response here?
Yeah. I mean, there isn't. You know?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm Jewish. Oh, okay. Like, what the hell? Okay, do. Like, fuck that. Nobody gives a fuck.
I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. Could you elaborate or be a little more specific, please?
Hey, maybe that was her come online, man.
Maybe that's
she was
like
coming up to you, like, bitch, you know you want this? I'm Jewish. Who knows?
I
Who knows? But they're all out there.
yeah,
Rich people, man, they don't fucking understand because they don't live the way we do.
well,
With like
yeah.
some type of sense, some type of common sense.
yeah,
They have none of that.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I
know,
can,
I've
I
always
can
been
generally,
taught either you have common sense or you fucking don't. That cannot be taught.
right.
And it's obvious. And it's obvious. When you talk to rich people, they don't know how we fucking live. They don't know what it means to live paycheck to paycheck. They
Yeah.
don't understand the worry of having responsibility of debts that you cannot pay.
No.
They don't have that stress.
When a common
So
person,
they can never relate to us.
Yeah.
They can't.
when a common person's coming, when a common woman is coming on to me, I understand it. Generally, it's like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
come up and grab you and kiss you and say, "I'm your bitch now." You know, and you're like, "All right,
Right.
I can deal with that."
They actually have a fucking conversation with you and get to know you. And get to know you and not just feel like, I want that one. You know, like, bitch, what the fuck? Like,
I don't.
you know?
That was just some kind of code that I don't understand. I just don't know what you're
It's the
trying to tell me.
privilege. It's the
I don't know
privilege
what
of
you're
having
trying to
all the
tell me.
money.
So,
But it's the privilege of having all the money. I got it and you don't.
oh,
And they all
I
think
go.
that we all want
All
it.
the parties
The
I
problem
go
is
to
that,
are
like-
like this. You're the.
But look, like, they don't think that we want what they have. They think that that's what makes us happy. And the majority of the people, they don't want money just to have fucking money. They want money to survive. They don't want money just so I can say, I have more money than the next person. No, they don't give a flying fuck about the next person.
You know
They're
what?
thinking about their own fucking family.
You know.
And that's what the rich people don't understand is that you cannot buy the average working fucking man, the average fucking American, because we don't work like that. You know, just fucking give us a job that we can go and earn our own keep. We don't need you to be there like, oh my God, you know, I'm glad I got to be your friend, you know, because you're rich. Man, people don't give a fuck about that, but they don't understand it because they're not here where we are in reality. You know, they've been blessed by having rich families that pass down the money from generations to generations, and they know how to play the fucking game to their benefit. Okay, yeah, I'll give them that. But don't fucking come to me and act like, you know, we're less than them. When, if it's not for us here, the average person, building any kind of products that you all fucking buy day in and day out, bitch, you wouldn't have nothing. So don't talk down to me and definitely don't fucking act like I'll give you so much money because, bitch, that's when you're going to get lights out. You know, I don't fuck with people like that. I don't. And my friends know not to put me around people like that because there are people like that around here that act like that, and I'm like, oh no. I'm like, who's going? They're like, this one, yeah, no, I'm good. I don't put myself in that position because I don't trust myself. Because I feel like, not just tired, Mike. And I'm going to have to teach this rich bitch a lesson, and that's why I'm like, keep us apart. Okay, cool. You know? So that's just, you know, they're just out of touch. They're all out of touch.
Well, I always,
so
you know, I just go, I'm kind of cruising through life, you know what I mean? It's a very Peter Pan lifestyle. And when the billionaires say, hey, we're having a party, why don't you guys come over, you know, I'm like, okay.
Why not?
You know, because you never know, there might be a girl there or something, you know, it'd be interesting.
You never know.
You never know.
You never know.
So, but
they might got good food. They might have good food. Some fucking free drinks. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, they always have an open bar and stuff. You know, that does. You know, and they have they have the weed room and they have the white room. So you know.
Oh, I'll go to the weed room. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Craig, the first party we went to, Craig was like blown away. They're smoking weed in the upstairs bedroom. That's the weed room.
Oh, fuck yeah.
What, did you find the white room yet, Craig? you have to be invited into the white room, so you know.
Yeah, they can keep that room. I'm like, I want to be with the cool people. We in the green room and shit. Fucking A, hell yeah. And that's cool, you know, to see different things. But it's like you also got to hold your own when it comes up to that. You know, when they try to act like they're better than you, that's when you knock them down and be like, okay, well, this was fun.
I'm just not looking for any trouble. I'm mostly at parties, Michelle. I wander through and then I find a little corner somewhere or a little spot where I can feel like I'm comfortable. I wander through and find a spot where I feel like I'm comfortable. But I'm really not there to like. I'm not much. I'm not much of a. Like I want to meet everybody and shake everybody's hand and
I
shit
fucking
like
go
that.
find a spot like once the keg and I'm like, I got my spot. Okay, I'm cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm here to party, whatever and shit. I talk to people, but I'm not much for mingling myself.
Yeah, no. If they want to come over, if they want to talk, I'm always friendly. I'm always, or more or less friendly. But I mean, unless you come over and say, "Do you belong here?" I'm like,
no, I would never.
Who the fuck are you?
I'd be like, bitch, you don't even belong here, motherfucker.
And who the fuck are you?
You belong here. That would be like, define it. I'm gonna give it so much hell. Define what you mean, do I belong?
And then she comes back and wants me to.
Right here.
Then she comes back and wants me to tell her fucking stories, man.
Exactly. It's like that, I would fuck her up.
I mean, how many people you think she walked around the party and asked, "Do you belong here?" None, except for me. So, and then she wants me to tell her stories. Fuck you.
Tell her stories. I got one. I would have thought of a dirty joke and told her that one, man.
I've got a story for you. Put here. You're gonna have to kneel down for it, though. Damn right, Mike. That's how you talk to those people. I like it. I am a holy man,
You're what now?
A holy man. I'm a holy man.
You're a holy man now?
I'm a holy man here on my last incarnation on this planet. You don't know that already, Michelle?
Right.
Yes, that's correct. I came here to witness an amazing event. Something amazing is about to happen, Michelle.
The amazing... you still talking about that chick on her knees, like the glory hole? Is that what you're talking about?
Something amazing is about to happen.
Light it up, Mike.
All right. I got it right here. I've been waiting to light it up. Light it up, bro. Are you doing okay? I mean, we haven't heard from you. We've been doing, I've been doing shows a little bit, and I haven't heard from you, so are you doing okay?
Yeah, everything's going good. I'm back to 6 days a week again, so you know how that goes.
That's a lot of work. You work so hard all the time.
Humming. Yeah, I've been over here humming just like a well-oiled machine, bro. Everything's good. And I was talking to Craig, and I told him how I missed your shows, but I've been catching them later because I haven't got any kind of notifications or nothing like that, so I catch them the next day. And yesterday, I caught the one, after you guys were off the air, it came up. Yeah. And I was like, oh, fuck, you have a show. But I watched it, and then at the end, you said that you were going to have a show today, so I'm like, I'm going to find this motherfucker tonight.
Good.
And so here I am.
Yeah,
Other than that, I've been, I've still been watching your shows and everything, and got a lot of new ninjas I've seen, in the chat.
I don't pay very close attention to the chat. I see friendly faces, I see Jackie Cat, and I see Chris from...
Oh, Jackie Cat's back?
Yeah, Jackie Cat's in there.
Back. Hi, Jackie Cat.
Jackie Cat's been in the chat.
Her forever.
Jackie Cat's in the chat all the time. She's...
Oh man, that's cool.
It's always better when you're here, girl. Always better when you're here, girl, for sure.
Bro, man, I miss you. I miss talking to you. It's been a long time. It feels like a long time.
Well, like I said, I was like every night that we get ready to do a show, I keep thinking I should tell Craig to call ask him if he has your number, because I don't know if he has your number or not.
Yeah, he's got my number.
Yeah.
He texted me before.
Yeah.
He texted me before. That's why I was just kind of like, after I even fucking seen your show yesterday, I was just like, fucking Craig? I was like, why don't you fucking text me like you do any other time? Mike's on live. Okay, well, what the fuck? But I understand understand. He's been working a lot. So, Craig, I'm just fucking with you.
He's been
I'm
working
just
his ass
with you,
off.
Craig.
He's been working his ass
Don't
off.
be no keyboard warrior right now. Just relax.
You ready? Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go. God damn. Mike, you're still going? God damn. Lungs are still this motherfucker here. Woo! Hell yeah! Now that's a fucking shit. That bitch almost lasted until the next year.
Ah, that was nice.
That bitch almost lasted until the next year, bro.
That was nice.
Happy New Year, Mikey.
Happy New Year to you. I'm really glad to hear from you, Michelle. I was like I said, I you know, every time when I don't hear from you, and it's been, you know, a lot of shit's happened, and I didn't want to, with all the crazy fuckery in the world going on, you know, your mind can run into negative or you know, scary places.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to hear from you.
But shit, I understand it, you know, and I thank you for feeling the way you do about me, because I feel the same way with you.
And,
you know?
and
it's like I worry about you, and I'm glad to see that you're back on. It's stronger than ever.
Yeah.
Well, you can't hold a good man down, brother.
Yeah, you can, but not one that's not willing to give up.
That's going to be something, thank you. That's going to be the old, you're going to have to get on your knees to tell you this joke. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I'm not,
I got it, bro.
Yeah, I'm not, it's going to be very tough to hold me down for very long, that's for sure.
You're strong. You're strong as fuck. Not only mind-wise, but, you know, I mean, fucking physically, you're a strong man. You know, you take care of yourself, you do, you know, what's right. That's why you haven't been, I mean, you have been blessed to not to have any kind of other ailments because of the medicinal purposes of, you know, marijuana. And that's why, like, I feel I'm blessed as well like that because of that. You know, it's like it's medicinal for real. It's good for you. It's like people don't get it, but it's good for you. But what you're going through right now and everything, the healing process, it only gets better and better. It just makes you a stronger man. When it all comes down to it, like shit, it will. Yeah. And you'll get your confidence back and everything.
Yeah, well, we just started walking a little bit further.
That's
so.
Good.
Yeah, getting a little, because there's a couple of spots. We usually go on like 2-hour long walks, you know, and it's been kind of limited. I want to be easy to find me if I'm not on time or whatever.
But you pretty much do the same routine, so people know you and people are around you that are doing the same things.
Yeah.
So don't feel like you're by yourself. Just like all the people that your friendly face says hi to you.
Yeah.
And how you doing? Everybody fucking knows who you are.
Yeah.
You know, so let that go by the wayside because people will know if something's up when they see your baby girls reaching out to them. They know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
You know, if something happens to you, your baby, you know, your boy and girl, they're going to go out there and get help for you.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about that, but you're going to build up your confidence to that, to where you're going to go on longer walks.
Yeah.
Just do the same thing that you've been doing, Mike.
Yeah,
don't just take your life away.
And
I'm proud of you for doing that because that's scary. That is very scary.
Well,
especially everything that you went through.
Look,
you know?
It has to be, you know. It's like it's either that or it's kind of like giving up, and you can't give up. So you gotta get back in. You gotta get back in the game.
We don't do that. What do we do? We march or die, don't we?
March or die, baby.
That's it, bro.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all we know. That's all we know. So this is not a fucking, you know, this is nothing. What they say, the comeback is stronger than the setback?
Yeah. Yeah, strike me down and come back 1,000 times stronger.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. The setback's a setback, but the comeback is where it's at, and that's where you are. And thank God you are, you know? So little by little, you'll build that confidence, you know? I don't do some bullshit myself. I don't want to get into that. But, I've been through the same thing where you lose your confidence, but shit, you just keep fucking moving forward, and you're gonna find that fucking shit right back again.
Yeah.
You know, it's like riding a bike. If fucking you know how to ride a bike, you always gotta know how to ride a bike,
Yeah.
whether
Yeah.
it has a motor or not. You know.
Yeah. Again, yeah, I agree. It's like you know, it's something that you told me right after I got out of the hospital when we did like the first or second show after we got out of the hospital. You told me that I just have to find my muscles, and that just has echoed in my head again and again and again, Michelle. And I didn't really understand what you meant at first, but as I worked my body more and more, it was obvious that that was what you said. What you said was
that
a
your
very
your muscles were telling you, "Here I am, bitch. You didn't know you had this muscle, but here I am."
Yeah.
Because it's sore as fuck.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
That's
it's
the
almost
shit that I
like,
went through.
but it's almost like you're saying like it was missing, and then you had to kind of like feel your way to
Remind it.
back where it is, and then
You had
then
to
yeah.
remind it. You had to wake it up to let them know that you are here.
Yeah.
And you serve a purpose. Let me wake your ass up. And that's why the therapy that you go through.
Yeah. So I really
You gotta
appreciate.
remind your muscles that.
I really
You
appreciate
have
that.
to remind your muscles that, because when you fucking shut down, not by your way or nothing, but anytime you're fucking down and out, you gotta retrain your shit,
Yeah.
And that's when you do it. But when you don't even fucking bother, that's when you end up on wheels or not even walking at all. I mean, like, goddamn. There's no alternative fucking thing other than either you keep fucking moving forward or you're gonna stand still for the rest of your fucking life.
Yeah.
There's
No.
a time when you feel you get to a point to where you feel sorry for yourself, and after you get done with that, after you got done crying, then okay, now it's time to work. And that's when you go and start going to therapy and wake up your muscles and remind you that, oh shit, I didn't know I had a muscle there, but goddamn, every time I move my arm, like, oh shit. Next thing you know, it starts feeling good. And then you start getting your power back. You start getting your feeling back. You get your rhythm back, and here we go. There ain't no stopping you. The only one that can stop you is you.
Yeah.
And that's why after the story, because I missed that show, when you said everything that happened and how it happened and everything, and I was just all like, I cried for you. I cried when I was listening to that because I missed that show because I had to work over. But I listened to it later that night, and it just broke my fucking heart. And I'm just all like, God damn, I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And in the same breath, it gave me confidence to know that, no, this motherfucker's strong. He's got this.
Yeah.
But it's just heartbreaking because when they tell you that you can only have this much water and whatever, it's hard when you're at somebody else's mercy. I've been through that, and it's hard. It's humiliating. It's fucking a punch in the gut like that. Damn. Yeah, but after that, you get yourself stronger to where you're going to be like, I'm never going to get myself in that fucking vulnerable position again. Here we go. Let's work.
Well, I don't know, but Michelle, I don't know where that comes from. It hasn't been explained to me how that it started in the first place, and so I don't know that I'll never get in that position again. Which is what the scary part of it is not knowing why, but they supposedly have a medication that is really good that I'm on, and whatever. I just want to be able to walk the dogs and do this little thing that I do, talk to people and whatever, whatever else I can make happen.
But our bodies are so they heal themselves so well. Just like when you get a cut, it heals itself. It's like we regenerate. Mm-hmm. It's going to be the same thing with that.
Yeah.
You're going to figure out if it happens, and God forbid it doesn't.
Yeah.
But if it does happen, then you're going to realize, okay, this is what I was feeling right before I had this problem, before I had a seizure. You got to get to know it, though.
If that's what happens, if it does happen, I kind of really do hope that that's what happens, that I am able to, because I can't remember anything that happened before.
Right.
Well,
because it was the first time you ever went through something like that.
Yeah.
It could have been something to where you thought you were about to burp and you didn't burp.
Yeah.
It could have been something so like, hey, this feels strange though. It's not just a regular burp. It feels strange.
I keep telling like all the doctors, I keep telling them I get the hiccups like a dozen times a day.
and they, you get the hiccups. I say, yeah, I get to, and I keep wondering if that's something, you know, because that's never happened before, and it's not like the unusual kind of hiccups where you need somebody to scare you to make it go away. It's like, you know,
Right.
so it just lasts like a minute or something, and like you're saying,
Get yourself a fucking a spool of red thread, and whenever you get the hiccups, cut a little bit off, put some saliva on that puppy, make a little ball, and stick it right between your eyes, and watch your hiccups go away.
huh?
That's an old wives' tale, and it works.
Huh?
I've done it. For
Well,
real.
Yeah, no,
No
like
joke.
I said, this
You
is,
walk around looking like
it's-
you from India, but hey, so be it. You're being spiritual at that point.
no, this is no, but it's not the normal kind of hiccups where you wish you
No,
had
I
somebody
get
to
it,
get
I
it
get
go
it.
away. It just goes away after like a minute, so.
Mhm.
Or less
Yeah.
sometimes, so it's weird, but it's much less than it was now. So
Yeah,
that's,
maybe it's just you might just be fucking throwing this out, you know, a proportion like I did, because there was a point in time to where I had this thing to where I felt like I had to remind myself to breathe because of the accident that I was in.
mhm.
And it's like I had to feel like I had to remind myself to breathe because I could feel myself holding my breath, and I don't know why. You know, it's something, and now I don't have that problem because I've worked at it, because I'm just all like, bitch, breathe, you know? And I just was like, but there was something about, you know, like I said, anything traumatic that happens like that, it does take a toll of your life, and then you just gotta fucking like, pretty much like fake it to make it until it actually happens.
Yeah.
And
Well-
I had to do that because I didn't find myself like, I was just like, what the fuck? I mean,
Yeah.
I would hold my breath to where I didn't even realize I was doing it, to where I felt like I was getting lightheaded. And I'm just like, like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Well,
And it was just, you know, out of nowhere. And there was a scary thought too, because I thought, man, what if I'm fucking driving and I do that? Like, what the hell? And
there's
so then it was like constantly I had to keep reminding myself, like, you're okay, you're okay, you're okay. Like, god damn. Yeah, it's scary as fuck. But the alternative is give up and do what? You know?
well,
I wasn't having that.
yeah, no, yeah, absolutely not. There's a lot of meditations around breathing and stuff. So I hope that you find something like that.
I did.
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
I found it in fucking something that I always laughed about was yoga.
Right on.
I was like, yoga's for pussies, and well, guess what I am now? Ugh.
Yeah, right on. No, I think
With a capital P.
I think it. Yeah, I think
But it works.
Yeah, no, it doesn't just work. I think it helps. It helps everything. So
It does.
yeah,
It teaches you in that also in itself. Without, like I said, you don't have to go out there and go to the gym or anything. Yoga in itself, it reminds you when you hold your position at a certain place for so many seconds, you're training those muscles for those seconds.
yeah,
You know. And it's like, that's how we learn all over again, like, wow, look what our body is capable of. You train it to be, like, flexing all the fucking time, them bitches sooner or later are going to start flexing when you're not even trying. Like, shit. You know, but you got to keep doing it every day. And that's what helps. That's what helped me anyways, you know.
that's
And
awesome.
that's why I know I have the confidence that you're going to do the same thing, because you're a tough motherfucker, man. You know, there ain't nothing that's going to fucking stop you. You've been here too long, and like they said, only the good die young, motherfucker. You're gonna last forever.
Yeah, they're not ready for me yet.
You and me both, bro. I know, man. Guys, you know, guys are like, oh shit, you know. Yeah, it's like, oh, fucking the Satan's like, oh shit, no, that bitch will take over. So they keep you here. That's why you're here, brother. But I'm happy to see that everything's good with you, and this new year is going to be the best year ever. We're going to get rid of the last clown and bring in the new clown, and everything's going to be just fine.
It's, you know, it can't get much worse. Got to admit, it's getting better. Getting better all the time. It can't
all the
get
time,
much
brother.
worse.
Getting better all the time. Damn right.
Can't get much
Yeah.
worse.
This is the first New Year's in 4 fucking years that I celebrated.
Huh.
Because the whole time Trump's been there, I'm like, fuck the first New Year, fuck the 4th of fucking July, fuck all y'all bullshit. You know, now finally that motherfucker can just get away from fucking United States and let us go back to half-assing it like we always do, and just not be in jeopardy of getting killed all the goddamn time because we condone that shit. Ugh. But that's for another day, another story. But now it's Happy New Year, and let's get rid of this fucking last year because 2020 sucks fucking balls. Okay?
We deserve better.
Jesus Christ, yes we do. Yes we do. And so, fucking get rid of this year, and next year, may God bless everybody. Fucking everybody prosper and just be happy and love each other. And for real, man, shit. We're all in this together, no matter what you know. I know it's a phrase that you hear all the time, but for real, we're in this world together. Treat each other with some fucking respect, and you see how better it will get. That's it.
It's the only way we're gonna get out of this shit is together. I mean, it's not like we're gonna get out of this place on our own, you know.
That's right. That's it.
Because if you get out on your own, it's gonna be on a pile of dead bodies, and that's gonna be some messy shit. I don't even want to get out of that.
I don't even want to know you at that point.
Yeah. Right.
No, that's what I say. Just be happy and just fucking wish for the best for everybody, and I pray for everybody. I really do. My heart goes out to the people who can't get a stimulus check because the government has failed you again. But yeah, their number one important thing is to bail out the oil companies, cruise ships, so, you know, but fuck you, and let's keep on voting for Republicans. Fuck yeah! Can I get an amen? Nah, fuck you, that's what you get, because that's all they give you. So keep voting for Republicans, who then give a fuck about you. And for the, Democrats too. Do shit for yourself, man, because this goddamn government ain't gonna do a goddamn thing for you. So, to Happy New Year's, and to next year, fucking, hey, let's go get it. Because we gotta get it, because they ain't doing nothing for us. So let's go. And we'll see what happens. Mike, I'm really happy that you're back on the air. I miss listening to you. I miss talking to you.
I miss you, Michelle. I miss you a lot too,
And
Michelle.
I wish for the best for you, okay, bro?
Hey, it's really good to hear from you, and I'm looking forward to talking to you again very soon.
Oh, okay, absolutely, brother. And Happy New Year's to the ninjas in the chat, too.
All right. Stay cool.
All right.
Stay cool, girl.
All right, talk to you later, bro.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye.
That's our buddy Michelle from Texas. Very good to hear from her. It's been a few shows. So, she sounds like she's staying strong. And like she said, march or die, there isn't any other option, really. Right? God, Mariah Carey is on fucking CNN, and she has the biggest jugs. I wonder how many surgeries it takes to get your jugs that big. Got to take multiple surgeries. Can't just do it in one surgery. Wow. You know, I mean, and when you're so talented, it's kind of sad, right? Do you have to have that? Hello, caller.
Mike, it's Joe in Tucson, man. How are you?
Hey, Joe, I am doing good. How are you?
Dude, let's bring in a new year. What do you say?
It's time.
You are so flexible. I am so glad you did not decline the offer for a new year to come in under your watch.
It's not, it's above my pay grade. You know, it's going to come in regardless if I agree to it or not. I just you know what, I think it may not be quite the new year. You know, if we're looking at the Chinese New Year, then, you know, and what happened is the Chinese New Year started, and then the plague happened, and the Chinese New Year, this particular Chinese New Year, is the year of the rat. So that brought us the plague. So hopefully the next whatever, I don't know what the next thing is. What's the next thing? Anybody know?
Well, I don't. But when was the last year of the rat before this year? Out of curiosity.
I think it's like every 12. I think it's a 12-year cycle, but I'm not positive.
Well, so what was that, like SARS something?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, speaking on plagues and things like that, but, you know, it's all going to be good. You know, it was good to hear a chat between you and Michelle. And, you know, just a shout out to Michelle in Texas. And shout out to everybody. Let's do 2021. Let's. It's gonna suck until we don't make it suck. You know.
We know.
And I think.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, you know, just a commonality. I mean, we've all had like personal like struggles within this COVID time, and it's a rough area, you know, and it's yeah, you know, it's been a rough section. So I think that you know, we've seen total political failure, and I think that that's part of the swallowing, you know, kind of thing we got to eat up right now. Is that doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat, we witness total political failure.
But I've witnessed that since like the year, you know, 2000 or more, you know, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can be the smartest guy in the class, but you know, at the end of the day, everybody's eating shit, right, Mike?
I look at it's not. I don't think everybody's eating shit. I really don't. I think that. I think that we are all in the same boat, you know, and that I don't understand the short-sightedness of the leadership or the rich people who seem to be exploiting all the natural resources of this planet at the, you know, fastest rate possible, simply to, you know, somehow increase their power and money. Because it seems like their children and their grandchildren are all, you know, on the same planet that we're on, and you know, if we're fucking everything up, then we're, you know, even if they may have little patches of their special places where we common folk don't get to go. You know, a patch of beautiful green blue earth is not a beautiful green blue earth, and it's a huge loss. So I can't imagine what they're thinking.
Well, let me help you think what they're thinking. Is that they're thinking that it's like some political maneuver that can help alleviate what's going on right now. But let me refresh everybody's minds out there. You know, before this pandemic hit, you saw like 50% of this country that didn't have $500 to their name. And we saw a thing where, like, you know, right off the top, 20% got whacked with their jobs. It didn't matter if you're a Republican or Democrat, you know. It didn't matter because you got cut out at the knees. And you know, we're just seeing like kind of like 15 million people now are, you know, unemployed. They lost their health insurance. We had Republican health insurance with Obamacare before that. I voted for Barack Obama twice. I got Republican health care. So let's, you know what I mean? Let's just keep it real.
I absolutely know what you mean. I mean, Barack Obama promised that he would, with all his power, fight until the last opportunity for the public option for healthcare, and never did that. It was always about, you know, private insurance, and it was always about this big fucking payout to private insurance. That's what Obamacare is.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, for all the like Republicans out there who are like, you know, sitting there and voting against Obamacare, what, in the House they voted against it like 76 times or something like that, and they voted it down every time. But you know, when it came to Trump and his majorities with the Senate, the House of Representatives, him in the executive branch, the judicial branch, all Republicans, he didn't do anything. And it's because, you know, the wealth-producing assets of that kind of capital, they've been captured already. You can do symbolic politics all you want, but if you're not going to be real about it and assess, like, just all this fake virtue signaling that we're seeing, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. I saw clips of Nancy Pelosi in 1991, like, calling for a floor vote for single payer.
Yeah.
But yet he's now, like, you know, and she made $100 million under Barack Obama. You know, I mean, come on, man. You know, and I don't say that. I'm a Democrat. I've been a Democrat for all my time. But I can call that out, you know, and it's kind of like, but, you know, you look at how Trump in the last 4 years, like, they don't ask for anything. It's just to be some sort of disruptive force. And to not come at it from like this, you know, they take the capitalist mantle, but then they show up with nothing at the table when it comes for a replacement for Obamacare. They couldn't even do it because everything is about disruptive politics and owning some faction of the Democrat Party. It's not good enough. And, you know, I'll tell you what, 2021, I can't wait, but there's a real ignorance out there when it comes to politics. There's a fake economy, fake healthcare, fake education, fake, you name it. It's all fake.
Well, this is what I've been saying forever, is all the pillars of our community are completely full of shit. The politicians are full of shit. The for-profit medical industrial complex is full of shit. The religions are full of shit. The police state is full of shit. You know, justice is full of shit. It's the news media is full of shit. You know, they're supposed to be like the fourth estate or whatever. You know, they're completely full of shit. You know, I mean, it's just like I've been saying this week. I mean, we're misinformed, we're misprogrammed, and then we're misprogrammed from day one, and then misinformed every day on top of that. You know, and it's all done purposely, and it just seems disgustingly sick and twisted. And I don't know how it seems like we could do just so much better than what we have.
It's super problematic. It's super problematic because, you know, a lot of people will say, well, God, I can't believe that people swallow this. Well, they don't. Half the country doesn't vote. And I'm not saying it's because they're scholars or anything like that. Many of them are just dumb as a box of shit, you know. But with that being said, a lot of them are maybe not having it, you know. They're not
disillusioned. They don't want to participate in bullshit any longer.
Yeah, it's so illusionary. And but, you know, with that being said, is like, you know, so when they say these cheap things like, God, I can't believe that people swallow this. Well, they don't. What are you going to do? You going to call into a government complaint line and like go to a website and lodge a complaint? I got news for you. That's what, you know, File 13 looks like. It's what a, you know, where somebody they discard things like that. Because right now you've got 88% of the Democratic Party that wants Medicare for all. Where is we the people in that motive? Where is it?
there's no we the people there's no representational government, if that's what you're asking about. The people are not being represented at all.
Of course, they never have. But where do we go from here? Like, like you've been doing this for a long time. Like, where do we go from here, Mike?
The party system is bullshit. It's what is, see, it leads us to some kind of false hope that there's going to be a different outcome if we only get the right people, if we only get this party elected, then we can get the outcome that we want. And it never fucking happens, because there isn't a two-party. It's the same fucking party, dude. They're on the same side.
No, I get you.
They're on the same side.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you, but I didn't ask you that question.
Yeah.
I said, where do we go from here?
Well,
that's my question.
We have to recognize that.
Mike, check me out. Mike, I'll say one thing and I'll shut the fuck up. And it's that no libertarian, they never win. Nobody has ever made big waves from the independent party. And so I hear what you're saying, but like, where do we dig in and where do we move? Because you can't point to any libertarians, you can't point to any independents, you can't point to any third-party people that have made a real difference. Now, you could say Bernie Sanders, and he's holding up the Senate right now for $2,000 checks. Hey, God bless you. God bless that guy. He's kind of the North Star of what's going on, but it is by means any fix-all to what's going on right now. And third-party independence is not cutting it either. So, is it just, are we victims? Are people in our age, are we going to suck dick because, we're just the age that we are, and what comes after us, right? Or what is the fix, Mike? That's what I'm asking you.
Okay, again, the parties, whatever party it is, like you just said, I agree with you. It doesn't matter what party it is. Okay, it's just, this party system thing doesn't work. So the people have to recognize that that's just another way that they're dividing us and conquering us. So if we can do that, we can recognize who the real enemy is, and this will be a way that the people can come together and find. We can find people that aren't of the parties, that aren't somehow this person backing. It's just some individuals will begin to rise up, and then they may be sucked into this party or that party in order.
Who's one individual, Mike?
Look.
Who do we call
You're talking about the people coming from behind us. They're the ones that are going to do this. So I can't say who the individuals are going to be. Okay, I mean, you know what? People call up here and they make fun of Greta Thunberg or whatever, but I think she would do a far better job than Joe Biden or Donald Trump. That's for sure. So. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be these people who rise up, and they're going to say things that need to be said, and the world is going to get behind them. And it's a matter of not just the United States anymore, because the United States has fucked up the entire goddamn planet. And there's going to be a reckoning if the people don't get this government under control. And I'll tell you right now, what the people at the top who are doing this bullshit with our lives and smashing things all over the world in the name of good Americans, they want nothing more than for the rest of the world to rise up against us. They want nothing more than for us to be separated from as many people as possible, and because all of us coming together threatens them more than anything else.
Well, I guess I agree with that. If I break into what I think of in my mind, and that is what we saw with Black Lives Matter and people who have, spent 400 years getting fucked. And institutional power like that backs up institutional power, like whether you're big pharmacy or big oil, or you are big banking, or you are financed, you know, kind of CIA plots that'll set us up like new footholds in countries to exploit their resources.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what's going on. But as I sit here and I look, like, it wasn't, I voted for Barack Obama twice. Like, that dude sucked more corporate dick than anybody I ever knew. But Donald Trump, like, he set records in sucking corporate dick. Right?
Yeah, I mean, but that's just what's to be expected. It's like, you know, the like Obama said, we have to look forward. We can't look backward when it comes to like punishing, holding, you know, Bush and Cheney accountable. We have to look forward. We can't, you know, look backward at the crimes that these people committed that were in power. And then Obama, you know, militarized the police more than any fucking, you know, Dick Cheney's wildest dreams. You know, and
absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely. He deported more than anybody. He made the Bush tax cuts final before Trump rolled into town. Trump's lowest ratings, by the way, were when he pushed through his $1.8 trillion unfunded, for all you conservatives out there, unfunded tax cuts. And right now, tax raises are coming for anybody. And most of the people, most of the schlubs listening to this fucking show right now are going to be paying more taxes under that dickhead. Because we culturized politics. We didn't run math numbers. We never have. We're so stupid. You know, we're really, we don't have any defined thoughts in healthcare. We don't have any defined thoughts as Americans in schooling, competition, in the marketplace. Everything is just some, you know, it's a horrifyingly ignorant position to take. And you've got this like uber corporate class of the Democrat Party. You've got this total Republican butt boy fucking corporate positioned guy. They didn't drain the swamp. They expanded it, you know? So, you know, here we are. We're in a pandemic. We've got an economic meltdown going on. We saw the Democrats and the Republicans, both corporate parties, fold up shop and just say, yeah, peace out. Good luck. You know what? And before all this shit happened, again, I say this, you had 50% of this country that didn't have $500 in the bank. So if you're out there as a fucking capitalist, I'm calling you out. All the underlying fundamentals, you got butt raped. Okay? Capitalist, this shit happened under your watch. Our fucking healthcare sucks fucking dick. Okay? Like, and Joe Biden doesn't even have to do anything because you guys didn't bring any fucking shit to the table, you fucking fake-ass conservatives. And now we're stuck with zombie Joe Biden, who's going to try and cut deals with you, reach across this fucking bullshit fake aisle. It's all corporate.
I don't think we'll be stuck with Joe Biden for long, dude.
Well, whatever. I mean, Kamala Harris is going to suck more dick.
Yeah, no, Kamala Harris is going to be 10 times worse than fucking Obama, 10 times worse than Joe Biden could dream of being. Kamala Harris is good. And it's not because I have some kind of misogynistic, you know, hatred of female power. It's that she's just this horrible life. It's like this, you know. This is what I don't get about. This is the most retarded thing about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris literally called Joe Biden a racist in front of the entire world on stage during the like I think it was the first or the second debate during the primaries, and she literally called him a racist. And then so
how in the world does it make any sense that he wants someone standing next to him that believes that he, who never in his life would ever believe that he himself would have the slightest racist tendencies? How could he have that person wanting to have that person stand next to him? They called him out in front of the whole world on something that is obviously a fantasy in her mind by the way he sees things, at the very least. And really, if you have any fucking like integrity at all, how can you want to be the person standing next to someone that you just said is racist? You know, how can she want to stand next to him? Right? Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. But pardon me, is corporate America weighed in? Joe Biden almost ran out of money when he was at that point, when she said, I was that little girl, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
You know, in the busing comment, that referring to what you were talking about.
Right.
And it was calling him out for his, like, you know, he's got 40 years of trash politics. You know, just like him showing up trying to cut Social Security, trying to cut Medicare, trying to cut, you name it, anything that helped poor people, but while pushing massive corporatism. And that's part of the problem where we're at today, man. And, you know, Joe Biden, and by the way, it didn't stop. And where he and Kamala came together was in all the corporate donations. Joe Biden raised $1.5 billion in his campaign election. And, you know, it didn't come from grassroots donors saying, Joe, I'm a, you know, stay-at-home mom. Here's $27.
Yeah.
No, it didn't happen like that, you know? And he sold out to big corporate interests. By the way, he's got big tech joining his administration. Facebook, YouTube. We've got a lot of big players that are coming from big tech. So, you know, let's not play this point like, you know, it's like, oh no, Joe Biden is going to restore the soul of this nation. Right? I mean, it's ridiculous. But at the end of the day, let's not play stupid and say Donald Trump didn't sit there and suck dick for 4 years. Because that dude had control of the Senate.
That dude never took Netanyahu's dick out of his mouth for 1 second. Go ahead.
Well, that's only one aspect. But I mean, like in terms of like total directional control, like he had control of the Senate the first 2 years, control of the House of Representatives. He had it. He could have done what he wanted to do. But that dude sat there and sucked every dick that didn't matter, and he couldn't do anything about Obamacare. He couldn't, because it's a Republican healthcare system. You know, but we listened to Republicans for 10 years say, oh my God, it's European socialism. Jesus Christ, look at this. The place is on fire. We've got, you know, healthcare from Europe. Nothing could be further from the truth. You know, it was like socialism for the insurance companies and rugged individuals, you know, individualism for all the people seeking to do health care under this kind of, you know, oh God, I'm so happy because I have a $7,000 bronze plan deductible. Because Donald Trump sucked such dick when it came for health care, Joe Biden got to show up and say, oh no, oh my God, everybody's happy with their $7,000 deductible. Like they're happy when they can call into and dispute medical charges and get stuck in a phone bank hell. That's fucking utopia for, you know, for everybody who, thank God, they love the insurance companies. Get the fuck out of here. 88% of this country wants Medicare for all. That includes over 50%. That's called a super fucking majority for all the idiots out there that can't do math and can't add up like what we the people are saying. It's a super majority. Right, Mike?
It seems pretty like, you know, unvetoable majority. Like, you know, it's, you're gonna look at. I think it's really obvious that the people they're just so terrified of this socialism word. I don't understand why. You know, it's just like for-profit medicine doesn't work. The reason cannabis was illegal for so long is because of for-profit medicine. Okay, for-profit medicine has you don't get proper medical care from for-profit medicine. The reason is because they have alternative motive, which is if you're healthy as can be, then they don't make any money off of you. It's like with police. If there's no crime, you know, they're going to start firing police officers, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. You know what? Just to back you up on what you said, 80% of all lobbied money in our for-profit. Make no mistake, all you dorks out there who don't understand politics, who don't understand what the fuck we're talking about right now, the 80% of all political money comes from pharmaceutical agencies. They buy your politician, and it doesn't matter what the fuck you think, your core beliefs are. They don't give a fuck. They're face fucking you. And until you believe that, and you just say, you know what, fucking 80% of all of our for-profit politics is being funded by big pharmacy. Dude, they're not going to say, yeah, you know what, Oregon, yeah, sign on to your psilocybin. You know, sign on to your elder care suicidal, assistance. Sign on to they are not for that, but they can't control because their politics is so shitty. Their profit motives are so scandalous that they just never stop in real time and just say, oh my God, we're out of control. Listen, so what? They want to smoke some fucking weed? Who gives a fuck? Let them smoke some weed. Only you see Israel doing like COVID-19 research with COVID, with that research leading to they're using cannabis, which is there's a lot of viral fighting, organic combatants there that can be used against that. So, here we go. Moderna doesn't want that. Fucking, you name the next, all the people that got the COVID-19 vaccine, they do not want you smoking weed. They don't want you eating mushrooms to relieve your war fatigue. How they're helping people with war vets with post-traumatic stress disorder from these, what we call the theater of war, which is really just stuffing them in some fucking war zone and saying, here, grab your gun, go knock on that door, see if ask politely if there's a terrorist in there. If people don't think that wouldn't induce, mind-altering, like you're going to freak out after that type of thing, especially you hang out there for a couple of tours like these guys are asked to do. Meanwhile, Raytheon and all these guys, they're running out of bombs. Right?
Are they?
Ran out of bombs bombing Syria. Okay? So don't sit here and like, oh God, these guys are keeping us free. Okay, you can say that on one fucking level. But the other level is, you better do some fucking math in your head, son. And it means that these for-profit war profiteers are gaming the system. And we're not going to get a fair shake. You look at, like, they separated all the what they called it wasn't relief, it was stimulus. No, man, you shut down the fucking economy since March of 2019, 2020, pardon me, but it's been 9 months of a shutdown. Right, Mike? And we can't sit here and just say that, you know, oh, we're going to cut out the ability to fund the Department of Defense, and like all you people who actually fund the defense who have been cut out of the economy because we have a printing press, we can keep all this bullshit rolling in a fake manner. And that's why I say we've got fake economics, we've got fake education, we've got fake ass health care, we've got fake everything. Like, you can't run $1 trillion deficit and just say, oh no, we're a capitalist nation. Get the fuck out of here.
I've been saying this, for as long as we've been doing these live shows, is that all the pillars of our communities are full of shit. All the pillars of the community are full of shit. Everywhere that we're supposed to turn for, when we have nowhere else to turn, the police, the fucking, the politicians, and when we're desperate and there's nowhere else we can go, you're the last person I can turn to. They're just fucking totally, the media, when we desperately need to be informed, completely full of shit, so, I know what you're saying. I mean, this is and it's what I've been saying forever. This isn't something new, and it's sad because I just think that the people are, again, that we're misprogrammed from the moment, from the beginning of programming. We're purposefully programmed in a very bad way, and then misinformed every day after that. So it's we're in a tight spot, and I think we're up against the wall, and that it can't get to there has to be like a push the other way coming really soon. So you got to keep the faith.
I agree with that. You remember that song from the 60s? I can't remember the guy. He just died here a couple years back, but he said he goes, the name of the song was "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised." Do you know that little song?
Are you talking about Jello Biafra?
No.
Okay.
It's before that.
Good. I was like, thank God. I hope he didn't die. Oh my God, I hope he didn't die. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. And pardon me, but I mean, it's literally, the revolution won't be televised because they'll be talking about cats stuck in tree stories in the news and everything that is not relevant to, really where we're at. And it doesn't matter if you're on the right or the left. It's just literally about power, containing power. All the, wealth-producing assets have been captured already. So, we can sit here and break down in these little fundamental arguments and whatnot, but at the end of the day, and this speaks to what you were talking about, Mike, is 6 companies own all of the media that we see, whether it's Twitter. I catch you on YouTube. YouTube is Google. We've seen, it's 6 companies that control all the media that we see, and they have algorithms. Amazon is going around selling, profiling information to all the police forces in the United States. Okay?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're not like, don't sit here and show up and just say, this is some right versus left and, Trump, versus Biden. I mean, it's just a bunch of corporate oatmeal, and it's unflavored, and we're all getting to eat it, and nobody wants it because everybody is very suspect of what's going on, unless you're, you know, part of some, you know, let's face it, there's a lot of drool bucket people in this nation that they don't get anything. You know, they don't understand how things work. But there's a lot of people that do, and that are looking for the truth, and that are just saying, I'm not satisfied with what's going on. My health care sucks. My parents are vulnerable. My children are vulnerable. We're not going to assimilate into 2021 with this sort of educational model, you know, with this food model. None of this shit is working, man.
It's all broken. It's all broken.
It is broken, man.
Yeah.
So, hey, man, but you know what? I'm going to leave on this note. I am still looking forward to 2021 because I'm not buying any of this bullshit.
Look,
that we can't do these things. You know, we can.
It's more than we can. It's we have to, and we will. And whatever, anybody who's telling you anything else is full of shit.
Yeah, no, that's spot on. I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave you on this note. Like, we have hospitals down here in Tucson that are turning away ambulances with COVID patients, okay?
Yeah.
So I don't give a fuck if you got a mask problem or what the fuck your problem is. You can eat a fucking dick for all I care. Here's what I know is I went one day before Christmas into on my side of town, to the Supercenter Walmart, Republican Central, and every person there, Mike Mox, had a fucking mask on.
Yeah.
I didn't see any dickheads that didn't, because you know what? They're doing the math. They're saying, my fucking healthcare sucks dick. My ICUs in my town are fucking packed. This isn't cultural fucking fake-ass bullshit. You know, fucking government control. Get the fuck out of here, man. This is serious stuff, and nobody's going to save you. No matter what, if you think it's government control, you still got health care that sucks dick. Because Trump can come and fix it. Joe Biden's not going to come and fix it. Barack Obama ruined it. And you know what I mean? It's just like, come on, man. You know, let's do some math. But from 2021, you know, even the Republicans that went to Walmart all wore their masks because they're not buying this bullshit, fake-ass fucking cultural warfare that isn't. You wouldn't go fucking an HIV patient. You know, if you could have the hottest girl in the world that was HIV positive, you're going to wear a rubber if you're going to even fuck at all. You should put a mask on when you're going to get out there and engage in capitalism, right? If my grandfather died of tuberculosis, went to a sanitarium back in the 30s, you're not going to want to go suck face with him, okay? You're going to want to wear a mask. You're going to want to exercise precaution. This is not overbearing government. Shut the fuck up to any asshole out there that doesn't get that. You don't. It's just we know better. And even all the people that went shopping the day before Christmas that I saw at Walmart, they got it, and I was proud of that. The place was packed, Mike. I'm not kidding you.
I'm sure the day before Christmas, I'm sure it was packed. I'm not allowed to go shopping by myself anymore. Apparently, I walked into the store the other day, and since no one reminded me, hey, do you have your mask on? I was just walking through the store without my mask on, and people are looking at me all cross-eyed and shit, and I'm like la 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 la, and I go, oh shit. And I pull the mask out and put it on.
But you know, it's you know, it's not that I was afraid for myself or anything like that. You know, it's just I'm trying to not. I don't want to cause problems, and you know what I mean. I'm not trying to.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. I wear a mask and I pack a you know, I pack a side pistol when I go shopping because I am not. You know what I mean? I'm like, I want to be compliant, but I am not. You know, I am just like of this fucking.
Well, you got to be prepared. Like, you're a Boy Scout. You got to always be prepared.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And but I, you know, with the, you know, when I see somebody who's from like the science community that says, an epidemiologist says, we could see this for the next 10 years. Like, I can't handle it even after 1 year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the people have had about enough, dude. I don't think it's going to go much longer, honestly. What kind of sidearm do you carry?
Multiple. Yeah, you know, I mean, just for 9mm, I got a nice little 32 1911, old, kind of passed me down from my grandfather. Yeah, you know,
that's a 45.
But at the end of the day, like, yeah, man, I am just, nobody's going to come save me, but I'm not going to, you know, be sitting there as some fucking punked out bitch, you know, with people who are going to go melt down and have, like, you know what I mean, just like have political meltdowns with their right to go and be super spreaders. It'd be like somebody like Mike, if you're under attack and it's World War II and you've got a blackout, you know, from, say, the Germans are attacking, right? And you're in an apartment building, you black out all the lights, and some asshole says, oh no, I'm turning my fucking lights on. You know what? No. That guy, that is disorderly conduct, and he deserves to be killed. You know, for the name of a deadly pandemic and what's going on and a collective response to it. Oppositional defiance disorder. My daughter taught me that that terminology. She's in psychology. She's
Stop telling me what to do. Stop telling me what to do. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, but the oppositional defiance disorder, I never heard of that until she told me that. And but it really is, it explains all these guys who are just like, no, I'm not, don't tell me to wear a mask.
You're not the boss of me. Stop telling me what to do.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But you know, so I know we can do this, but we've got to stop this fake political theater that is so ridiculous. It's disorderly conduct, and there is a we the people aspect to it. And I think that we've got to, you know, like, if, dude, God forbidding, if you roll up in my town and you get COVID, if you don't go to the right hospital, you'll get turned away because there's no ICU beds. Okay? This isn't a pandemic. This isn't fake what's going on. I've known 5 people now that have died from this shit. And, you know, I'm 54. There's no reason why I shouldn't get it either. But I've been around some sick motherfuckers and I haven't got it yet. But don't sit here and think that I am so fucking golden. There is nothing special about me.
Well, we all know that. We all know that, Joe.
Yeah, I take my diet serious. I you know, I do a lot of extra vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc. But, you know, there is nothing fucking special about me. So, yeah, you know, I just need to break out of this. I lost my job with my benefits and my retirement. And I bounced back. And, you know, but I'm working a job that I don't like doing, to be quite honest. And, you know, I own my place. Thank God for all that. And, you know, I've been able to to sustain, but it's not been easy. And you know, I liked where I was before, and slipping back and having shitty health care now and suspect fucking fake ass you know, education, fake ass economy, fake ass.
I hear you, Joe. I mean, look, man, I've been screaming forever, as long as you've been listening to me, about all the pillars of the community being full of shit, dude. You know I have. So I gotta go, Joe. It's good to hear from you.
Hey, Mike,
it's good to hear. Hey, listen, just stay strong. We'll get through it. Whatever it is, we'll get through it, because that's the kind of people that we are. All right, man?
Absolutely. Hey, Mike, you and me, we talk all the time, man. And Craig, man, I can't wait for 2021.
It's almost here, bro.
Different. You guys are really excellent people, and I'm glad I got you on the other side of the phone. Okay.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you, Joe. I'll talk to you soon. Happy New Year, bro.
Peace out.
Okay, see ya. All right, you guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick break and check this out, and we'll be back in 1 sec.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
Missed it. I missed it. Does anyone have a mic? I missed it. I missed it. Woo! I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. Woo! I missed that beautiful girl just grooving on that juice box. I don't know how I could miss that. Oh well. So aha! Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Doing good. Who is this?
This is Tim.
Hey, Tim. How are you? Thanks for calling.
Yeah, man, no problem, man. I haven't seen you much. I mean, I heard about your health, dude. And that shit sucks, and I wish you nothing but the best on your road to recovery.
We're working on it, bro. Thanks very much.
Yeah. I hope everything turns out fucking, aces for you. So, I guess I want to talk about news first. A lot of stuff happens. I mean, like you gotta have a memory that's longer than a gnat to keep up with everything.
Mine's a little better than that, but yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, you remember Michael Hastings, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
he's a journalist. He was a journalist.
Rolling Stone.
Yeah, he was a journalist who was assassinated after writing a hit piece on General. Which general was it? General that was in Afghanistan or Iraq for the Rolling Stone.
I can't remember his name. It's irrelevant, really, right now.
Yeah. But, well, I guess probably.
Not really.
Yeah, I mean, like, anyway, like...
I'm just saying, I'm just trying, you're asking me these things about Michael Hastings. I want to make sure everybody knows who Michael Hastings was and why, you know, I believe that his death was an assassination. When he was driving a late model Mercedes-Benz, which apparently he was driving very, very fast on a residential type of road, and the car crashed into I think it crashed into a tree. It crashed into a tree.
Yeah.
It crashed into a tree and then exploded into a huge ball of flames. And he was the only person in the car, and it was just after he wrote a piece for the Rolling Stones about General McAllister. Was it General McAllister? I'm not sure. Fucking hell. Petraeus,
Yeah,
that's right. It was about General Petraeus. Yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah, it wasn't like, you know, just a small correction. His car was not late model. I mean, I guess it is now, you know, years later. But, yeah, his car had the internet, right? And,
Yeah.
you know, they were saying that, you know...
It was a brand new car. Okay, I didn't want to say, you know, as he's driving around. He's driving a brand new Mercedes. I don't know if he was it his car. I don't know if it was his car or not. But
yeah, I mean, like the thing was, like, the accusations were that because of his I don't know how car internet works. I'm not that rich. I have an older car, and you know, it doesn't connect to the internet at all. And because of that, they allowed it to have a hack, you know, where they could take over the controls and put you on Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
Yeah.
You know? And that's what, you know, that's what the accusations were. And for some reason, it was never investigated, probably because it melted, you know. One of the interesting things about the Michael Hastings is he hit a tree, and the engine went backwards, like in the opposite of physics. Mm-hmm. You know, they found it like 60 feet away or however many feet away.
Yeah.
Behind it.
Right.
And I kind of forgot about that news until I read it again recently. And this was with the Georgia governor's son. His car, which blew up. I mean, if you see pictures of it, it looks like it got hit by like a drone or some shit. You know, I mean, it looks like it exploded.
Yeah.
And like they found the engine behind it. Again, just like Michael Hastings. And like I'm like, I mean, like that was in mainstream news, and I was like, whoa, you know, I'm surprised they even said that.
Yeah.
And this was right after the governor said he would audit, which he later recanted on the vote in Georgia. And you know, it's like they were sending him a message.
Yeah.
You know? And like that, I mean, that was insane, right? You know, like they're killing off the governor's son.
Well,
right? I mean,
this is the point, is that cars don't just fucking explode like in the movies, okay? You don't just fucking shoot a few bullets into a car and all of a sudden it fucking blows up into a huge fucking fireball. That doesn't happen. If that was happening, we would all have witnessed that many times on the streets, fucking all throughout our lives, because there's cars are so integral to our lives, and we've seen so many accidents and stuff. So this is stuff that doesn't happen, especially when you're driving a late model car that has all these safety features built into it. They don't just explode into huge fireballs, and the engines generally don't fall out of them and wind up 60 feet behind them.
Yeah, I'm not exactly a car expert or a full-fledged engineer, but people were saying, and I could be, take this with a grain of salt, right? I did not confirm this, but people were saying that was a diesel vehicle he was driving, and diesels are less likely to explode too. So, you know, just another thing to wonder about.
Cars don't fucking explode. We've all been in. I don't know. We've all been in car accidents, but many of us have been in car accidents, and I've never seen a car just fucking explode. Okay, they don't do that. and especially late model cars that have all of the we're talking about a luxury car that has all of the most safety features that there are, the latest safety features possible built into this car. Its engine isn't going to drop out and fucking be 60 feet behind it, and it's not going to just, when it hits a tree, explode into a huge ball of flames, because if that was happening, we'd see it everywhere, and Mercedes would be out of fucking business.
Yeah, I mean, like, to me, there's this, it feels like an assassination.
Yeah.
They do it so obvious. It just feels like a slap in the face. Like just this, it's like, well, what are you going to do? You can't do shit about it, right? And I'm like, it's just disrespectful. It's just disrespectful to the public, at large. And, that was one thing that happened. I mean, there's a few things I want to talk about. Like, yesterday, I guess now technically, well, almost like 2 days ago, at the Georgia hearings on the election.
Uh-huh.
God, I can't remember his name, but there was a guy there that literally hacked into the Dominion voting systems, the ones that they're actually using for the runoffs right now. He hacked into it, and he said he could, do everything that's in the Dominion manual, instruction manual. He could delete votes. He can add votes. He can weight things. They count votes in fractions. They count them in like decimals, and you can weight votes. Like basically, you can make somebody's vote only 3/5 of a vote, if you will. And it's looking pretty fucking bad. It's like anybody with eyes can see that the election was stolen over the thing, because you can see it on the graph.
I think
they reported on
I
the
think
vote.
anybody with eyes can see that there's shenanigans going on in our elections, and they have been going on for some time now. I mean, you look at what happened to Bernie Sanders in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. Look at what happened to him again this fucking in 2020 against Joe Biden. Nobody fucking likes Joe Biden. Nobody wants Joe Biden to be the president of the United States. It's beyond bizarre. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, did they ever even get, like, what was it, the votes in Iowa? Or was it, like, Shadow Inc.? Was it?
Yeah.
Counting the votes?
Right.
Biden, there's so many things you got to put out there to connect the dots. With the Hunter Biden laptop, I mean, beyond all the dick pics and him getting foot jobs from his 14-year-old niece, there was all these business dealing emails, and they had them out. They had Joe Biden. They had like Chinese names they gave him, like these little nickname code names. They had I can't remember right now. It's like Hai Li or something like that for Kamala Harris. She's on these dealings too with China. And, so, like, there was a bunch of shit like that. And, Biden's like, I'm going to pick a woman of color. Oh, who could it be? Who could it be? Oh, it's his business partner that he's had for a long-ass time with China. And, that's another dot to connect right there. As far as the Dominion voting systems go, they say they've been rigging the elections since at least 2008, right?
Which is what I'm telling you, is that there's been shenanigans going on, long before this election, and that's
it's other countries too.
Well, you're right, but I mean this country, I'm not really overly concerned about other countries until we can get our own shit in line. I mean, I'm really tired of acting like we're the world's police and the example to the world, and somehow we should be fucking chastising some other country for their elections when we don't even fucking certify our own, really. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, they're completely uncertified. Just you know, trust me, bro.
Yeah.
You know, that's our elections, you know. Trust me, bro.
Like, oh, well,
you know, like,
it's like this. I keep bringing up the 2004 election. In 2004, there's people in Ohio standing in the freezing rain for 8 hours waiting to fucking vote. And it's like fucking midnight there or something, and there's still fucking lines waiting to vote. And John Kerry concedes the election. There, you know, it wasn't even a matter of there being the vote getting counted right. He just fucking no, you won. Go ahead. You know what? And that was after the 2000 shenanigans, you know, in which, you know, George W. Bush did not win the election. He was inserted into the White House by the fucking Supreme Court. It's just.
How the hell did he get Bush v. Gore, man? Like, you know, I mean, nobody can even get a hearing.
His brother,
and, like, somehow he got Bush v. Gore got a ruling. You know, I mean, what the fuck? You know, I mean, like, you know, I mean, like,
the Supreme Court said some bullshit about it being the best for the country to move forward on this problem. You know, yeah, I agree. It's not. I don't think this is a Supreme Court matter. I think if there's an issue, we'll just do the election over again. How's that? Especially when there's a fucking issue in the state in which the person, you know, that's running for president, his brother is the governor of that state. You know, paying Chad my ass.
Yeah. Fucking yeah. Jeb's a real piece of work. You know, like,
yeah. Jeb's.
I
hope he's gone forever. I hope that Donald Trump put the final nail in that fucking bitch's coffin, because the last thing we need to see is that. I mean, how could he be such a horrible fucking candidate, dynasty kind of candidate, that he could lose to Donald Trump? Go ahead.
I mean, like, you know,
he's the pro. You know, he's the guy who's been doing it his whole life.
If you plan ahead and make the votes like 3/5 of a vote for Trump, and even when that doesn't work, you could stop counting the voting and then have, like, literally report 130,000 votes, all for Biden, 0 for Trump, with a straight face. And, like, you know, and then later on go, oh, and here's 23,000 votes, all for Biden, not for Trump. And these are just being reported in the news. And they're like, there's no sign of election fraud. And I'm like, dude, that is election fraud right there. You just said 100,000 people. I don't care if you're in a fucking city district where it's 99.9% Democrats. There's no fucking way you wouldn't get a single, you know, vote, you know, you would, you know, for Trump. You know, I mean, it's just bullshit. You know what I mean? It's a slap in the face. Yeah. You know, it's like, you know, it's just fucking take it. You just take it. If you don't fucking agree with it, Google and fucking YouTube will fucking ban you, and you will never be heard. You know, and if we do allow you on one of these platforms, they'll just shadow ban you, so you're just talking to yourself. And then, you know, God, you know, and what's worse now, what was it, just a week or two ago, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, released a white paper. This is, I think, I don't work at the IMF, but I believe the white papers are like things to do, and they're going to tie your internet history with your credit score. Like basically, like what you're doing with China. So, like, if you go places that say, hey, you know, Michael Hastings, the governor's son, was killed. Hey, the election looks fishy as fuck. You know, if you go to these websites, you know, they're going to make you fucking financially poor, just like they do in China right now with their social credit system. So, I mean, there's all kinds of nasty shit. And, like, let me see here. I mean, like, you know, they did the, you know, the Dominion thing. Let me see here, Wes. Oh, yeah. Where the fuck is Gina Haspel? Gina Haspel is the head of the CIA. She's gone missing, right? There was a lot of rumors, a lot of reports of, a raid, a U.S. military raid in Frankfurt, Germany, where the Dominion fucking servers were at, where they would get the raw totals and they would change them there and then they'd send them back. because they're hacked. You can do it online. The guy did it in the hearing yesterday. And a lot of reports were that she was there. You know, she was wounded, captured, put in jail, or whatever. But she is gone. Nobody's seen Gina Haspel. And there was like, I saw like obituaries for her.
Huh.
And I'm like, what the hell? These were like mainstream news, but then they all got memory hold and they're gone. Like you just deleted. Like I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? Am I just seeing this shit? And then I'm looking up, you know, so if you go to like Google and you look up Gina Haspel right now, the official story is she's fine. She's perfectly fine. According to her secretary, Gina Haspel's secretary says, of course she's alive. Of course she's fine. Whew, well, that's good. I can't think of anybody better than Gina Haspel's secretary to confirm that Gina Haspel is doing well, is fine, and free. It's like, well, you know, like, why didn't she say that? You know, but, you know, we have her secretary there. Don't report fake news. You know, just a slap in the face. You know, there's all kinds of nasty shit. That fucking shit that happened with the Christmas bombing.
Yeah.
That was on an AT&T building.
Right.
That was supposedly one of these NSA switches, I believe they call them. Where like they have a few around the countries. You know, basically all the internet shit goes to one of these switches, and they just record everything. Right. You know, I mean, if you didn't know, they record everything. They record everything.
Yeah.
And yeah, so they did that. You know. Some people were saying that switch might have had the shit that was coming from Frankfurt, Germany. You know, I mean, that was a very weird explosion, too. Like, I mean, it's like that whole evacuation message.
Yeah.
You know? Like, you know, they reported shots fired. I don't know who they shot at. You know, they probably killed their patsy. And, you know, he's vaporized. They think they found human remains, was the reporting.
Right.
You know, they found like a stain on the ground somewhere. You know, like so they could shoot him in the head, throw him in the damn RV, and go, oh yeah, suicide bombing. You know what I mean? It's this guy. Investigated by the FBI. You know, honestly, I think the FBI is the #1 suspect. You know, like what they're like. You know, shit, dude. I think the FBI did it.
Well, the FBI always seems to be somewhat involved in these things, one way or another.
I mean, they did so well with the Mandalay Bay investigation, right?
Yeah.
You know, when they lost that hard drive.
Yeah.
You know, these guys are experts. They're fucking top of the field. You know what I mean? Like, just another slap in your face.
Right.
Over and over again. And, you know, as far as John Kerry, like you were saying earlier, I actually agree with you in the you know, it's all the same party, right? It's all the same party.
Yeah.
And, you know, now we're starting to see even more, you know, what the hell's going on. Like, the Daily Mail, I guess it was about earlier this month, maybe about 2 weeks ago, I'm guessing. They reported this document. This document was available actually months ago, but it was written in Chinese. So nobody could fucking read it except Chinese people, right? And they had 2 million CCP loyalists that would infiltrated, you know, governments, businesses all over the world.
Yeah.
Right? You know, they have the Swalwell guy. You know, his entire political career was started by some Chinese woman he slept with. That was one of these people. You know, we're seeing a lot of shit. You know, a lot of these dots, you know, they're just seemingly random events, but when you look at them as a whole, you're starting to see what the fuck's going on. And, you know, there is a one-party system.
Yeah.
And like with the last caller,
it's not so much one party really. The truth is that there's this illusion of, you know, there's like two different sides, but the truth is or two different parties. There are two different parties. There's this party and that party and a whole bunch of other parties, but there's only one side. They're all on the same side. That's what the truth is.
Yeah.
You know. So.
Yeah. And it's becoming like more and more obvious than ever, I think. You know, especially like, you know, the way fucking Trump was treated. You know, the caller said, you know, previous caller, I can't remember his name. He was talking about the first 2 years. He controlled the House. He controlled the Senate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and fuckers, like, who's like, with in regards to just Republicans, who are the enemies of Donald Trump? They're fucking Mitt Romney, John McCain, the Bushes, and Paul Ryan. And Paul Ryan used to be the speaker.
Right.
And during those 2 years where they literally did nothing, and they just blocked Trump.
Right.
You know, he did shit through via executive orders, and he cut regulation. And that's how he got that initial boost before even a tax cut was signed into law. And, you know, and now you're watching him stab him in the back again. Like these Republicans, like that fucking, the governor, the Georgia governor, dude, they got a statewide Dominion fucking contract, right? Statewide Dominion contract. Normally they do it county by county. But they got the entire state of Georgia, right? When the election results started, you know, on election day, Georgia was slow because they had to update their software before the machines could start counting. You know, that's just another thing there. You know,
Georgia, the results from Georgia seem to come in very slow. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, they started slow. And according to their own fucking words, their own reporting, they had to update the systems, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, so, yeah, just another fucking slap in the face, right? And then, but these Georgia guys, they corrupt as fuck, you know? I watched a little bit of their fucking debates. Dude, these are teleprompter reading motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Right? You know, these are fucking Barack Obamas, you know?
Well,
Republican version
they're
of it.
stay on the message motherfuckers is what they are. You know, this is the message. Stay on the message. Stay on the message. You know.
Yeah. You know, they're phonies.
Yeah.
And you know, phonies are on all sides. You know, and I think the last caller was talking about libertarians and shit. The libertarians sold out too.
Yeah.
I would never vote for the Libertarian Party. You know, you gotta be fucking stupid. You know,
it's not going to fix the problem. I mean, momentarily, if we could get rid of all the Democrats and all the Republicans, I think that would be a really good thing, regardless of who we voted in, you know. But I think that that's not going to fix the problem in the long run, because in the long run, those people that we move in are just going to become the new Democrats and Republicans, you know. So what we have to do is basically just end the party system. We just have to, I mean, that's what the founding fathers warned against. They said, you know, don't have parties, don't have political parties. They didn't have political parties when they founded the country. So, you know, it's obvious that it's just bullshit, because they act like they're on this side, but they're just on the side of the money. They're all on the side of the money. That's what I mean when I say they're all on the same side.
Yeah, I've switched political parties. I've gone from Democrat, or at least registered. You know, I was registered as Democrat. I was never registered as an independent because, well, you know, it's pointless almost. You just vote for who you vote for. And like, and then I became a Republican, a registered Republican. But I hate the Republicans, right? You know, I hate Mitch McConnell, hate fucking Paul Ryan, hate fucking John McCain, hate fucking Mitt Romney, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
I went Republican to get in Ron Paul.
Does anybody like Mitch McConnell? I can't imagine what kind of fucked up individuals you must be to like Mitch McConnell, right? Who the fuck likes Mitch McConnell? Ever?
Well,
how does that guy appeal to? I just don't get it.
So some of the things like with the Georgia thing, right? You know, they're in on these fucking steals. Like there's the accusations that Mitch McConnell's, you know, like he may have won anyway, but you know he was going to win, right? He was going to win, you know, because of these stupid voting systems. And like, you know, that was part of the deal. It's like you signed the Georgia people signed their soul to the devil. You know, just like, oh, you'll get your elections. Just you know, they had to be in on it. You know, it's corrupt and shit. You know, honestly, I'd like to see fucking the governor of Georgia jail, along with the Secretary of State. You know, I'll give them a fair trial.
I want them all to go to jail. I mean, I think
I'd
anybody,
give them a fair trial.
Anybody that has voted to keep wars going, the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, and then profited from it, I want them to go to prison. If they've been a public, you know, if they've been a public person that could vote on that sort of thing, you know, a member of Congress and such, I want them to go to prison. Hey, I got another caller. Go ahead.
Oh, like I mean, that was a fucking another thing, man. Like fucking when Trump withdrew troops from Afghanistan, the Pentagon or the military, I don't know who the fuck did it. You know, the people on the ground lied to Trump, said they removed the troops, and they were still there. So, like, you know, even you can be the president, you can be the commander in chief, and these fuckers are working against you nonstop. And I mean,
no,
yeah,
I think.
I mean, I just want one last thing I want to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
This was going to be my final topic.
Okay, man.
You talk about fear.
Yeah, I talk about fear a lot. Go ahead. I talk about propaganda a lot.
You have a fear of Trump.
I do.
Everything is everything slapping you in the face, telling, "Hey, look at this. You keep saying you want someone different. You got somebody different. This is how they treat somebody different.
No,
it's obvious how they do it,
dude. Fucking look at.
They don't rig the election. They don't fucking have their own Supreme Court justices turn against you.
Trump is acting like he's going to start a motherfucking war with Iran before he leaves office in the next 20 goddamn days. No, I don't want anything like fucking Trump. Trump is shit all over the Palestinians and did it fucking and can't wait to do it more and more and more. He'd like to see him wiped off the face of the planet. Okay?
Trump didn't start any wars in his presidency.
Yeah.
He put pressure on it. He did peace through strength. That's his strategy. And he didn't get any wars. He's got fucking peace deals out the ass. They're like, North Korea is a fucking miracle.
You watch. He's about to start war with Iran. You watch. Okay? And if you are watching, you already know that. He's fucking pushing the fuck out of these buttons for no reason. Except for maybe when Joe Biden comes in, if he hadn't fucked it all up, that Iran might be able to get back to the fucking nuclear deal that they had before. So
I'm not afraid of Trump, and I'm not afraid that he's going to start a war because that is propaganda.
That's not what I'm seeing.
Don't be slapped in the face. Yeah,
I'm very fucking. What's that?
Where are you seeing? Where is it coming from? I'm guessing it's a propaganda source.
Well, yeah, I watch a lot of Israeli news, and I watch.
Yeah. That's definitely propaganda.
Yeah, of course it is. But they're the only ones that are talking about, you know, ships being moved in. What's going on in Iran? Okay, and what's going on with the Trump administration? Okay, they've got everything stacked up right now, ready to fucking hit Iran really fucking hard right before he leaves office. Fuck everything up, everything. Okay, and that's who Donald Trump is.
So something that hasn't happened is what Donald Trump is, even though we've lived through 4 years of peace and prosperity.
Okay.
Minus the fucking biological warfare from China.
Right? I can't stand Donald Trump. I can't stand Joe Biden. I'm tired of this being the best America has to offer. Okay? And yeah,
don't fall for the fear.
Fear. I agree.
Don't fall for the fear. Don't fall for the propaganda. You have a bird in the hand. You have a bird in the hand. That bird's name is Trump. Whether you like it or not.
I'm glad to see things playing out the way they are, except for this whole fucking war shit. And it wouldn't be playing out if it wasn't for Donald Trump acting like it's a fucking game. Okay.
Remember Syria? Remember how we're about to go?
Yes, I remember Syria.
Fake gassing kids.
I remember that. Absolutely, 100%.
And the media, the same people who are telling you now that we're going to war with Iraq, or I'm sorry, Iran, said we're going to war with Syria.
You don't think that we've gone to war with
Trump
Syria?
is bluffing these people. You know, one of the things with Iran is, and this is from the Falconeer,
Do you think
that
the United
Iran
States
was holding
didn't go to war with Syria?
Bin Laden over in Pakistan, and they had him there, and then they removed him, and then but they didn't inform the Obama people, so then Obama went and killed basically the body double of Bin Laden. They gave him a quick burial at sea with no photographs. You know, like they did the makeup on the Hussein kids, right? Then the SEAL Team 6 team just died, like in the slowest helicopter they had. They just got shot down by missiles that were sold in Benghazi. And they blackmailed Obama, who gave him pallets of cash and completely reneged on everything. Like no fucking security. We're not going to check on your thing. We're going to just
look at
go for
Obama's
the
a horrible piece of shit who murdered so many fucking people and needs to be.
He ran out of bombs.
He needs to be in prison in order to make the world a safer place for little children. Okay, in order to make an example. And I get what you're saying about Trump, and I've said a whole bunch of positive things about Trump. The problem is Trump acts like it doesn't matter how much fucking tension he adds to the world when he does this shit with the Pentagon and Iran and all these fucking, you know, firing the Secretary of Defense 30 days before he's out of office. You know,
that's because he's like, you know, that's the fail safe for rigged elections when he calls martial law, which isn't like an invasion, a military invasion. He's not going to start killing Americans. He has no beef with Americans. All it does is set up military tribunals, and the only people who really should be worried about that are people who fucking sold this country out, traitors, rigged our election. You know, quite frankly, should be tried and potentially hanged.
I talked about John Kerry and, you know, the bullshit that happened then and how, you know, he promised every vote would count. And I talked about how these fucking elections have been shenanigans for a long time. Okay, I'm tired of it, and I want that sorted out absolutely, but I don't want to act like somehow Donald Trump is on our side. Okay, because that's never been the facts. If it was, he wouldn't act the way he does. You know, he'd actually.
You know, I judge Donald Trump by the way his enemies react. And I hate these fucking people. I hate the fucking Obamas. I hate the Clintons.
I want them in prison. I hate fucking Israel. I want Dick Cheney's daughter in fucking prison. Okay? Again, yeah, go ahead.
One last thing before I hang up. You know, did you follow Lynn Wood, the fucking prosecutor? Yesterday, you know, he accused Chief Justice John Roberts of being an Epstein pedophile, and then he kind of alluded to saying that, oh, you know, if only Epstein could say something right now, you know, kind of alluding that he's still alive, and then he said he's still alive. So apparently, you know, according to Lynn Wood, Epstein didn't kill himself.
Of course he didn't fucking kill himself.
He's still alive.
I seriously doubt that he's dead, but regardless of if he's dead or if he is alive, he didn't fucking kill himself. Somebody with that kind of story to tell never kills themselves.
Yeah, I agree. Unless he was a Mossad agent, you know, and he was like one of their most valued assets, you know. I mean, how the fuck, you know, he was blackmailing all the fucking leaders of the Western world, you know. Like Clinton, he had a painting of Clinton in a fucking dress.
Yeah, well,
you know,
I think that's probably easy to find. All right, well, thanks for calling.
All right, thank you, Buck.
Appreciate it. Talk to you soon. Bye. All right, so I need to get a beverage real quick, and so let me go get a beverage, and I'll be back. I'll play this clip for you, and I'll be back in just a sec.
It was a defining moment for ML Bosch. It was an honor for me.
After emigrating from Turkey to become a UW researcher, Emel met her husband and joined him by enlisting in the U.S. Army.
I thought I'd be a great fit for defending my new nation.
Bosch speaks 4 languages.
Tabii ki konuşabilirim.
And is working on her second master's degree.
I wanted to go to officer candidate school.
But in her lawsuit against the U.S. government, Army Specialist Bosch says she was subjected to repeated harassment.
Very intense.
And insistence that she admit to being Muslim, even though she's Christian.
If I was Muslim, I would declare that with my honor and pride, because being Muslim is not a bad thing, but I'm not going to declare something that I don't believe.
Bosch says when superiors held up her U.S. citizenship, she filed this whistleblower complaint and says she was told by JBLM Lieutenant General Gary Valesky to keep quiet.
Just keep it within the family.
She didn't. And Bosch says she had no idea of the retribution she was about to endure.
That's when everything started to get hectic.
Decades before U.S. military personnel lined up for the COVID vaccine,
All right, you ready?
They were lining up for the anthrax vaccine. It was in response to Saddam Hussein's use of biological agents.
We are not deploying.
3 years ago at Joint Base Lewis McChord,
We are not going anywhere.
Army Specialist Bosch says she was ordered to receive the anthrax vaccine.
A vaccine, that is not required.
She had a bad reaction.
It was a week of basically super flu.
A 2002 GAO report to Congress revealed Bosch isn't alone. 85% of surveyed service members who were given the vaccine reported adverse reactions. Despite requesting a waiver, Bosch says she was ordered to receive a second anthrax vaccine 4 months later.
I got hospitalized on the second one.
And Bosch believes because of her whistleblower complaint,
Am I going to get court-martialed?
she was punished with a third vaccine.
We are going to dishonorably discharge you. You are talking way too much. You are a soldier wearing a uniform. You have to obey any orders given to you, even though that order can cause death.
Bosch says she complied with demands and nearly died. For weeks, Bosch was hospitalized, writhing in pain, suffering seizures. How many seizures did you end up having?
Reported ones are approximately 300.
Were you near death?
Yes, I was.
Bosch filed a federal lawsuit, maintaining the Army forced her to take the anthrax vaccine over her repeated objections.
Giving a drug with known side effects, known detrimental side effects, certainly sounds to me like intentional acts and bordering on criminal activity, really.
Last December, a federal court dismissed her lawsuit, citing the Ferris Doctrine, which prohibits service members from suing the military for a so-called incident to service. Fire! Like being hurt or killed in combat.
The Ferris Doctrine sort of says no negligence claims.
A week later, Congress amended the Ferris Doctrine to allow medical malpractice claims to move forward.
I'm looking for justice.
And Bosch appealed her case here in Seattle.
It cannot cover the intentional medical malpractice.
In her claim, Bosch alleges more than just medical malpractice. She says she was subjected to repeated sexual assault by an Army major from JBLM.
My name's Chaplain Mijikai Mason.
Under the guise of counseling and therapy. While Bosch was suffering seizures from the anthrax vaccine at St. Clair Hospital in Lakewood, she says she asked to speak with an Army chaplain.
I'm a person thinking that I might die on the next seizure.
In her federal lawsuit, Bosch maintains she was assigned to a predator chaplain who exploited her vulnerability. She says when JBLM chaplain Mijikai Mason arrived at her bedside, he told her husband he could go home.
So he comes and just tells me, I know that you're alone. That's when he started to touch.
In these text messages turned over to Army investigators, Bosch says Mason claimed only he could end her medical nightmare with something called EMDR, psychotherapy.
And he does do this magnet around my head and touch my body with the magnets or without the magnets. And the only way that we can understand this is actually getting to success is if it is actually making you feel sexually aroused. He's touching different parts of my body. I can't even respond. I can't even say anything back because one after the other, the seizures were happening.
Over a period of days and weeks, Bosch says Chaplain Mason began sending suggestive text messages, along with naked videos and photos of himself, claiming arousal is part of the treatment.
I didn't have the capacity to fight against a chaplain either at the time.
Bosch reported Major Mason to the Army Criminal Investigation Command. In these text messages, Bosch says her Army-appointed Special Victims Counsel discouraged her from going public.
If I talk about sexual assault allegations, my credibility would be questioned. Another recommendation, please do not go to media because that is going to affect your credibility.
The military charged Major Mason not with sexual assault, but with conduct unbecoming, saying he had a sexual relationship with Bosch while purporting to provide spiritual counseling and therapy.
We must pray. We must ask him for forgiveness.
In the meantime, Major Mason continues preaching online from outside his Army base in Hawaii.
I don't know about you, but in this year of 2020, I just feel like it's been one hit after another.
On Facebook, Major Mason is publicly following 2,400 pages. A large number of them include provocative photos of young women.
Pages of naked, nude women that he's following publicly over a decade.
If you want to be baptized, drop me a line.
After preaching faith,
can I covet your prayers
and forgiveness, Major Mason found himself not in a chapel.
Won't you forgive me?
But in court-martial proceedings.
Please forgive me of my sin.
On November 18th.
In Jesus' name.
The Army said sexual assault charges were unsupported by the evidence gathered.
Amen.
Major Mason was convicted of fraternization and fined $10,000.
My body's price tag is $10,000 for the government. Just $10,000.
That same day, the Secretary of the Army released a video.
It is abundantly clear we must do better.
Maintaining reports of sexual assault have to be taken seriously.
When he was actually giving that speech simultaneously in Hawaii, the chaplain, who multiple times sexually assaulted me, actually got away with sexual assault.
I'm looking forward to seeing you next week.
He was sent back to his unit, to his chaplaincy.
Do you believe the Army takes sexual assault seriously?
Definitely not.
The first case on the docket today, Arlie Bosch, PUSA.
Last month, appeals court justices in Seattle began listening to the case of now medically...
All right, my pipe is ready. I'm going to take a puff here so I don't have to heat it back up. Let's see. Here we go. There's my Boo Bear. There's a caller. Hello, caller.
Hey, Moxie. It's Luke Perkins from New Hampshire. How we doing, man?
Hey, I'm good. Luke, how about you, bro?
I'm doing excellent, bro. I'm doing excellent. I heard you were taking a dab there from Craig. I hope you sincerely hope you enjoyed that, man. I'm a huge smoker myself.
I really liked having a little puff of oil. I like that. I smash my own flowers, you know. I grow my own flowers. But I love being able to, I smash the flowers and I scrape the resin from that and smoke that. And then I take the smashed flowers and I make butter out of that. So.
Oh, it's delicious, man. That's the best way to do it. Yeah. I'm actually a supporter on your Patron page, and I saw your garden tour. Excellent job. I would love to grow someday. I'm kind of jealous of your garden. And you know, how do you smash the flowers and stuff? Because I know that it's live rosin, right? So
yeah, I have a.
How do you do it? Do you have a press?
Yeah, I have a flower press. I have a video on the page called. Let me look it up here. But yeah, I have a flower press, and it. Let's see. That's what actually I have a couple. I've gone through a couple of them now, but I like the you know, I like certain ones. I have one that's really good. It just smashes the fuck out of the flowers, and it has a nice accurate temperature on it, and it seems like a really good way to go, because I love the idea of smoking the weed and eating the same weed that I'm smoking, you know.
Sure, yeah, and the tailings, or whatever you want to call it, make excellent edibles. I'm sure that gets you nice and high, man. Kind of jealous. Sounds like a nice setup.
It's just like a basic way to be a stoner. You know what I mean? This is the basics. You do your you know,
farm to table, man. Farm to table.
Yeah, you know, I mean, this is it's so meant to be like just part of our daily lives. It's so weird. I watch a lot of Chinese movies, and like in all the Chinese movies, there's potted plants. And just like any indoor scene, almost every single outdoor scene that's near a home, there's just potted plants everywhere. And I think. You know, I think it's really basic. You know, it's just really basic part of who we are, and somehow it's gotten lost. You know, I don't think everything's too easy. I just think people, you know, they don't realize that they don't really want to go to the weed store. They want to grow their own. You know, but it's a lot of work, and it costs money, and you know, all that blah blah blah.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, man. Fuck a weed store. I'd much rather just, you know, work with what God gave us, right?
Well, I prefer going to my neighbors, you know, as opposed to the weed store. They always have better weed. It always costs, you know, a proper price. You know, the weed store is.
Yeah.
And the weed store, I don't know. They have a agenda, whatever. You know, I mean, they're not.
Right.
They have their little specials where they want to try and sell you this and that, and I want to get something good, and I don't care about what your special is. I want, you know, I don't know. They don't seem to be as informed as they should as far as product testing at the weed store. There's something wrong with the weed store. There's something missing from it. Like it should be. I don't know if there should be dab bars or what it is that there should be at the weed store, but something seriously, you know, not right with buying weed commercially just yet.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, I think just commercializing it kind of taints it. But Mike, I got to ask you about your dog in the streaming setup you have. I love the fact that you guys have like a second camera for the dog. He's passed out in the back. I'm sure the fireworks are freaking him out tonight. How is he doing? Tell me, like, what kind of dog is he? How old is he? He's so cute.
His name is Rufus, and he is 12 years. He turned 12 years old in November 16th, and his mom was a black lab, and we got her from the reservation. We also have his sister from the same litter, and Craig swears that his sister is from another father, because the reservation dogs kind of run around up there, you know.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So, but I don't think
we
so.
All?
Yeah.
Am I right?
if you have the opportunity, you know. He's been the greatest companion I could ever expect from a beast, you know. Every morning I get up and I go and I sit down on the staircase, you know, on the floor, and he comes over and he puts his head right in the center of my chest and just like rubs his face on my chest, you know.
Man, that's the best.
It's a good way to start the day.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice, Mike. Well, you seem like an awesome guy. I'm glad that we came across you on the internet there. Look, man, why'd you start Mox News? You got like 9,000 videos. I'm just blown away by the amount of passion you have. It's incredible, really. I mean, you're like the Energizer Bunny when it comes to like exposing fake news and exposing all the programming and the brainwashing that we all go through on a daily basis. It's just been incredible to watch you grow. I've only really been familiar with you for about a year now, but what a year it's been. I mean, especially with it being 2020 and all. I mean, holy shit.
Well, I really appreciate you being here, and thanks for all your kind words, and asking about my pooch. He's a big part of my life, and so I really appreciate that. And you know what? We used to make TV, and I keep telling Craig, man, I wish he was around when we used to make television, because he would have loved being on TV. He loves doing this. This is why we gave him his own camera and a spot down by the river, is because he loves being part of it, you know. And I know he would have been just like an amazing center of attention on the TV show. So.
Yeah. Well, he's somewhat famous now, at least in my household.
Right on.
We love Rufus, man.
Right on. Well, thanks for saying that.
No doubt. But yeah, how'd you start Mox News, or how'd you end up on YouTube? You used to make TV?
Yeah. When I moved to Seattle, I had a job offer in San Diego, and I told the people in San Diego that I was gonna go to Seattle for a few days, and I came to Seattle for 2 weeks, and it rained every single day that I was here, and so I was kind of stuck in the motel a lot. But when I was there, I found this television station, on the public access television station, and I had never seen anything like the people on the public access television station in Seattle. And I was like, man, if these fucking crazy people can make TV, I can make TV, you know? So I was like, I got to find out where this place is, right? So I called the station, and I asked them about what, you know, what it takes to make television, and where they're located at. And they were literally located almost like less than 100 yards away from where my hotel room was, like directly across the street from my hotel room, just about. And,
no shit.
Yeah, and I went down there and I talked to him, and tried to get all the information I could about making television on the public access television station in Seattle. And I went back home and I said, hey, I'm moving to Seattle. And they're like, well, what's in Seattle? I said, I'm gonna go make TV. And I was front page of the Seattle Times 4 times out of 19 articles.
Nice. Well, one of those times, is that when you were wearing the Mike Hunt is my hero shirt?
Yeah. Well, that's when we were selling the Mike Hunt is my hero T-shirts. Yeah.
That's great, man. I remember my friend Griffin asked you about that, and you said it was from like 1993 or something.
1997. Yeah. 1997.
What year?
1997.
1997. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was born in '95, so you've been fighting the good fight for as long as I've been alive, man. Were you always like this? Were you always like a libertarian and a advocate for freedom?
I just
how did that fight start for you?
When I was younger, I just traveled around a lot and read a lot, and just met people. I lived in Maui for a few years. I lived in Tahoe for a couple of years. I just kind of traveled around, like I said, when I came to Seattle, I had opportunity in San Diego, but I wanted to go check out Seattle first to make sure that's not where I wanted. Something was drawing me to Seattle, and I didn't know what it was. So I've always been kind of a rambling guy, and then I got to Seattle, and then when we started making TV, I started making television in order to make people laugh.
right? And the reason that I thought we had the ability to make people laugh, and so in making people laugh, you kind of begin like a healing process, you know. So and we started to do this TV, and we were getting a lot of attention, like in the first few shows, and then they started saying, "Oh, you can't do this. You know, what you're doing is improper, and we're not going to let you do it anymore."
Huh.
And
bureaucracy.
and they kicked us off, like on our fifth show. They kicked us off television after our fifth show, and so then they were having this big meeting down at the television station about why they were kicking us off TV, and I went down because I didn't know why they were kicking us off TV. So I went down to listen to the press conference about what they were saying. And the manager of the television station was up there, and she was explaining why they were kicking me off TV, and she did her little fucking thing, and then everybody turned their news cameras to me, right? I went there to learn how to make television. I'm 5 shows into it, and all of a sudden they have like every news channel in the city focused on me, you know, every news camera in the city. And they're like, "Could we ask you a few questions?" You know, so they shoved me up to the podium, and they say, the first question was, "Do you have an attorney?" And I said, "No." And this guy steps up on the stage, and he steps up to the podium, and he goes, "I'm his attorney." And I look at him, and I go, "Who are you?" And he hands me a card, and it says, "President ACLU." And I said, "This guy's my attorney." So it was
cool, man.
Yeah, and since then it's just become this like overwhelmed. Like we instantly began a campaign for the mayor of Seattle, and we just got more and more attention. The channel did like this survey where they asked everybody to come to call in or to go online and vote for what the most popular show on the channel was, and it was always our show by like way big numbers, and it was it became really political. You know, they said you can't do this, and it just became. And then the mayor's office, the reason they said that was because the mayor's office was upset, and we started a run for mayor, Mike Hunt for mayor campaign, you know, and it was on the pornography platform. It was I vow to put a bong in every home and a hit in every bong.
I'm sure the boomers loved that. You know, the whole suburban generation there.
It was
I love it, man.
It was quite a story, and one of these days I hope it gets told in a bigger way.
Well, Mox, I'll tell you what, I'll tell my kin about it. I appreciate all the work that you've done to fight for free speech. I'm just a 20-something-year-old guy here, but I benefit from yourself and people like you who stick up for free speech. So that's a sincere thank you from me.
Okay.
I actually I got a call, family member for, wish him a happy new year. But I wish you a happy new year, my friend, and thank you for having me on your show.
Right on. Well, thanks very much for calling, and thanks for all your kind words. It's very nice of you. And I'm just trying to do the right thing. I'm a very simple guy, and I'm just trying to do the right thing. That's all. Thanks for noticing.
Well, you're doing a great job, I think.
Right on. Okay, stay cool, bro. I hope we hear back from you soon.
Have a good night.
You too.
Moxie.
See ya. All right, so let's see. I'm getting so hungry, man. I think I'm gonna put a pizza in the oven in a minute here. Let's see, what do we got going on? And that's my Boo Bear over there on the down lane down by the river. In case anybody's wondering, he is he's as good a friend as a guy could ever ask for. So I am very lucky in that way. If anybody wants to call, the number's there on the screen. It's 805-669-6397. Feel free to call anytime. Otherwise, we have... actually, I don't really have any videos.
We do have a caller, though. Let's call, see what we got here. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, how are you doing tonight?
Hey, Chris, I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing all right. Happy New Year.
Same to you, man.
And to all the folks in chat, and to Craig, Happy New Year. Whatever, it started. 2021 has started. Although, I'm kind of the philosophy that 2021 is just 2020 continuing going forward. I mean, it's kind of a mark in time, but things haven't changed necessarily. It's just the same system moving forward, and we'll have the same, the same pressures that we had last year as we begin this year, and so on and so forth.
I have a lot of faith, but I'm really a kind of believe it when I see it kind of guy,
Yeah, this whole discussion about Donald Trump and Joe Biden and what if this and what if that is just moot to me. I think Donald Trump was a really convenient face for the Democrats and the Republicans, for both of them.
Yeah.
Because a lot of corporate policies, tax cuts for corporations, lifting regulations on corporations, corporate wealth last year just went off the charts. Whatever Trump said about the crises or whatnot, capitalism or the people who owned our economy, they just kept moving right along. And they're doing fine. I mean, 12 million Americans may be on the verge of being evicted. 40 million Americans have been thrust into poverty when they lost their jobs. But, the rich are doing fine. And politics in the United States will continue right on course. And that as long as the bribes are paid to the politicians, the policies will be passed to do whatever they want to do.
That seems to be the way it works.
I mean, I know people see that as being a little dark, perhaps, but I don't like to bullshit myself, it just doesn't work.
You can only bullshit yourself for so long. And it's not so much that you don't like to do it. It's like, you want to go, oh, I like this person or I like that person. But then, the truth is kind of revealed. You can only bullshit yourself for so long until you see them go, them actually reveal their true selves or their true agenda or whatever it is. And then, because
people's misguided allegiance and their misguided following. I mean, a lot of it is there's a lot of other reasons involved why people latch themselves onto political campaigns that aren't really attached to what the people are actually saying. Like, I think a lot of people supported Trump because they were frustrated, and I think we've heard this in the last year, right? They were frustrated with Democrats and Republicans. Oh, Donald Trump's going to change everything, right? So they invested political capital in that statement, and they really, really, deep in their hearts, want to believe Donald Trump is different than these other presidents. And
they really want to believe that. I hear that in them. That's like, I don't know how they can believe it, but they really do want to believe it. Go ahead.
Right. And the other side of the fence, on the other side of the coin, when you turn the coin over, well, then what do you see? The exact opposite. People who claim that Donald Trump is responsible for the plague, Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler, Donald Trump is done everything completely different than the way everyone else would have done anything. Donald Trump is so on the other side of the coin, it's the exact same thing. It's like people not really looking at the situation. So Donald Trump was great for the elites, for the people who own fucking corporations, for the people who pay the organized bribes to lobbyists, to the politicians who don't really want to be out of the shadows. Because Donald Trump sucked up all the oxygen in America for 4 years. And all people did was babble about how they felt about Donald Trump.
Right.
And they did it really emphatically. We heard some of it earlier, right?
They had this whole distraction. They had the whole enemy. They had focus all your attention here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a bad comic book, man.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump was like 4 years of a bad series of comics. And even though comics are entertaining and shit, it ain't the most complicated stuff, man. Donald Trump was the heel. That's the role he played on television, the role he played in politics. He was put forward by General Electric that owned NBC. So, I mean, his platform, his television show, gave him free publicity for 10 years, and then they all flocked around him because he was a TV star, basically a celebrity. So he got free publicity because of the networks who claimed to hate him so much. But then when he became president, he distracted America, imagining that he was the, either their savior or their worst villain, either or. But in the meantime, corporate America just kind of like went right on its way, just moving right down the road, kind of smiling at all the idiots on the side of the road, crying about which side is winning and losing. Money, big money, kept moving forward.
Right. Faster and bigger than ever. Just continuing to build momentum and take everything in its way that it can.
Right. Which is why I'm kind of tired of people romanticizing and kind of embellishing and imagining that these technocrats in Seattle and San Francisco are the people who are going to save us. People in San Jose, they're going to save us. Are you kidding me? I mean, all that they've demonstrated, well, I don't really think they're that smart either, by the way. All that they've really demonstrated is that they are ruthless businessmen, period. And they are able to buy up competitors, acquire information, and compete like a football team. And I know you're not a big fan of football, Mike, but why would anybody be a big fan of capitalism? Because those people succeed. That doesn't mean they're particularly bright. It just means they're pretty cutthroat. Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett. It just means that they slit people's throats at the right time for $1. Doesn't mean they're actually even good people, to be honest with you.
Yeah. No, money doesn't make you a good person, that's for certain.
Makes you popular, though, in a world when everyone is poor and they all wish they were rich. So having those
you won't have any problem finding friends, that's for sure.
No, you won't have any problems, or even finding another wife. If you're Jeff Bezos, if you're bored, find another wife. End of story. And that's an old story as well. It ain't a new story by any stretch. There was a story I wanted to share with you. There were a couple things, but there was a story I wanted to share with you. And this, I don't really look at the television like I told you. I found this in the BBC. But the story is Jonathan Pollard, who was an Israeli spy captured in 1985, was greeted by Benjamin Netanyahu after flying to Tel Aviv, Israel. And this story was published December 30th at the BBC. And are you familiar with this, Mike?
No, I haven't seen that story.
Okay, so he is a spy who was arrested in 1987, and this is and he got arrested for revealing methods. Like, this is exactly what his Wikipedia article says. He sold numerous closely guarded state secrets, including the National Security Agency's 10-volume manual on how the United States gathers its signal intelligence, and disclosed the names of thousands of people who had cooperated with U.S. intelligence agencies, while Benjamin Netanyahu argued that Pollard worked exclusively for Israel. Pollard admitted shopping his services to other countries, including South Africa, which was a fascist country, and Pakistan at that very same time. He said the reason why he did what he did was because he said he declared that he committed espionage for Israel only because, quote, the American intelligence establishment collectively endangered Israel's security by withholding crucial information. So his reasoning for spying for Israel, Mike, was, well, they're not telling Israel everything, and Israel has a right to know about shit that could be about Israel. So therefore, we need to, through naval intelligence, let the Israelis know everything happening, because heck, it isn't fair to Israel, right?
Yeah.
That's literally what happened, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So this guy finished his jail term, 1987. He got out of jail 3 years ago, but there was a restriction on him traveling abroad. He had to wait for 3 years or something before he was allowed to leave the country, as a result of his his settlement. And just on this week, like Wednesday or Thursday, this man flew and his wife to Israel from the United States state of New Jersey on board a private jet owned by billionaire Sheldon Adelson with his wife Miriam. Video footage showed Netanyahu welcoming the couple as they disembarked the aircraft at Ben Gurion Airport on Wednesday. They knelt down at the bottom of the stairs, kissed the tarmac before reciting the Tshechniyu blessing with the Prime Minister. Welcome back. It's great to finally have you home. Now you can start life anew with freedom and happiness, Mr. Netanyahu told Pollard. Mr. Pollard said, we're ecstatic to be home 35 years after 35 years, and we thank the people and Prime Minister of Israel for bringing us home. No one could be prouder of this country or this leader than we are. All right? So this happened. And Sheldon Adelson, by the way, was a big supporter of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
All right? And of the head of the Republican Party. He personally had his wife fly this couple to Israel. So I don't want to hear this.
Sheldon Adelson is like
mensch. Donald Trump is not a mensch. He's a fascist. And the fact that he has these close relationships with the Israeli government tells me he's not a great guy. You know, just all said and done. Like, all of these characters are disgusting people. And I also wanted to mention the Jonathan Pollard story I just shared with you, Mike, in the context of Julian Assange, right? We got a person who had other people give him documents that he didn't even ask for.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, like, here, Julian, here's a flash drive in a secure mailbox in Switzerland. Open it up and wow, tell me what you think, like that, right?
Yeah.
And he takes the information. He's like, holy shit, the United States government is committing war crimes in Iraq, and I have the evidence in Afghanistan, and all of the banks are corrupt around the world, and I have the evidence. He gives it to American and British and Spanish newspapers and other newspapers around the world. They publish the information, and now that guy, for telling us the truth and not really being a spy, it isn't like he worked for naval intelligence and gave secret documents to any country in the world. He literally provided it to American papers. He's sitting in jail. So the fact that this story even is on the BBC, where Julian Assange is being held in the United Kingdom in Belmarsh prison, and the media elite in Britain, like the BBC and the Guardian, the Times of London, large news media outlets, Sky News, so on, all those outlets, they're not really going to bat for Julian Assange right now. He's not really getting a lot of support.
I don't see anybody going to bat for Julian Assange in the media, in the mainstream media at all.
Roger Waters from Pink Floyd, Chris Hedges has gone to bat for him. There have been intellectuals, some around the world, few, but they're not like famous celebrities or big newspapers. It's the dissidents, dissidents from around the world. But so I wanted to share the story about this guy.
But you don't see Roger Waters on CNN talking about Julian Assange, is what I'm saying. It's the mainstream media.
You see him on RT.
Yeah.
You actually see him on RT talking about Julian Assange. And you know why? Because RT is made up of all of these dissident Americans who can't have a voice in the United States. So people like Lee Camp and Chris Hedges and Abby Martin, these people, these journalists, they're actually good journalists, all of them. They have programs on RT because they were shut out of the other media outlets, because the other media outlets only want to hear one narrative.
Right.
Look, there's a pretty girl reading the news. Look, there's an attractive African-American man telling me what the sports scores are going to be tomorrow. Look, there's a pretty good-looking, smart guy telling me about the weather. Wow, that's what corporate news is. It isn't like telling you the truth. Yeah. Like an Israeli spy just got off of an airplane with one of the richest people in the United States and was greeted by the Prime Minister of Israel as a national hero.
Right.
When he revealed the most secrets of the United States core of its national security agency to the Israeli government over a period of like 5 or 10 years. And why people aren't screaming about Israel's special privileges, like in the New York Times and the Washington Post and on CNN. If this asshole just got off the airplane in Tel Aviv a few days ago, I don't know why I'm not hearing commentary about this on MSNBC. Why isn't some asshole on MSNBC explaining to me about how this guy spied on America, America's ally that we give, hundreds of millions of dollars of aid to every year? Why are they stealing our secrets from us? Why do they feel entitled to know everything about our government when they're not a part of our government? Now, if they want to make Israel like the 52nd or 53rd state or something, I guess that's a different matter. But that isn't the case right now, is it? Israel is a foreign country that has its own agenda. It doesn't have purview to all of our secrets. That's so arrogant. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
arrogant.
That's how they justify everything that they do. You know, is that this is if they don't have this, or they don't, you know, if this is allowed to exist, it's a threat to their existence. Blah blah blah. You know.
I watched that movie.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm listening.
No, go ahead.
You said I interrupted. I said I watched that movie. These have been done under suggested. I told you I'd watched it, you know, half a dozen times, but I watched it again, you know, most recently. And yes, it is amazing. Like you do kind of, when you watch it, I was more aware of, you know, how the virus or whatever whatever was spreading, that was spread, biological warfare.
Yeah,
that's what it's called. You know, and how that affected the government's reaction to what was happening, and how that helped the right-wing government come into power, which is what the story was kind of about. And there's another movie that actually is my favorite movie from that time. It's about 2 years before that, or right around that same time, but 2006, after the Iraq War. It's called Children of Men.
Huh. I know that movie.
Yeah. That's the movie where people have not been able to have children for 18 years.
It has Clive. What's that guy's name? Clive what?
I can't remember that. Clive Owens, maybe? But basically, the actor... So a person gets born on Earth, like for the first time in 18 years, and an environmental terrorist organization, so to speak, you know, has control, a non-state actor has control of the person. And they have to ferry the person across Britain to a place where a boat is supposed to pick that person up, so that they can do experiments and then so that they can recreate people, because they don't even know, you know, it's the first person born in 18 years, they don't know why, and so on and so forth. But of course, whatever government controls the lady has the most power with the media in the world, because they have control of the person who will actually give birth. And if they're in their national boundary, they have control over the outcome. So it's kind of like what the movie's about. But what the movie really was about is how people in England treat immigrants. It was about how people in England, you know, treat women. It was about fear, you know. It was about the violence of the torture of Abu Ghraib, and, you know, putting masks over people and using more aggressive interrogation techniques. And all of those other things were in the background of the movie, Children of Men. Similar to V for Vendetta, but on a much more realistic kind of level without the humor. There was a little humor, but more serious. But a good dystopia along that vein of, you know, there are things that we can't control, and we try to control things, and, you know, often we fail. So it's a good movie as well.
I thought that was a pretty good movie, too.
I watched a movie last night that was disturbing. I don't know if it was disturbing, but have you ever seen the film AlphaGo?
Alpha what?
Go. G-O.
No, I haven't seen that.
So it was a documentary from 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and the story is about how a team of computer engineers develop software that is able to beat the best Go player in the world, which is something that had never happened before. The best software engineers had beat the best chess player like in 2006. But because Go is like 10 times more complicated than chess, they didn't think they would have a program for a very long time that would be able to beat the world's best player. And that's what this story was about. It's a pretty good film. It's like about an hour and a half. But it you know, it kind of explains the game of Go to people who may have played.
I'm not familiar with it, actually.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's an easy game.
Yeah.
It explains the game, and then it explains the cultural significance of the game. It's like 2,500, 3,000-year-old game that people have been playing in Asia. It's like the oldest board game, and it explains how it's so complicated that people, like the guy who was the world champion, he was from South Korea. He had started training to play Go when he was like 7 years old or something, you know. And he was a world champion like 18 times in a row, and he was only like 30, 35 years old. So it's a story, and he loses. You know, I won't break it to you, he loses. But so artificial intelligence has reached a point where it can beat the best human at the most complicated game that a human is capable of, like strategizing, you know, for common person, like Go, as an example. And that was 4 years ago. So I know that like supercomputing and algorithms and you know, like earlier you were talking about how you used to have more viewers and, you know, whatever, that you're not getting viewers right now, even though you have a lot of subscribers. Why aren't your subscribers aware of your content? So the computer is deciding that, I don't think we're going to have Mike's content. You know, so it's making decisions that's moving things around, and that's going to be moving more out of the hands of people. And I don't know how I feel about that, and that isn't like science fiction either. It seems to be the case. So how do you feel about that, Mike?
It seems completely unnecessary and all about programming and commercialism. So, you know, they want to break it down to something simpler, to like they want to break it down to like, oh, this is what this person likes, so we just this is how we keep their attention. But that's not it. It's like there's a much more sinister agenda than just keeping the viewer on site and clicking, forever clicking. There's much more.
Yeah, like political things, like you don't go out and talk to your neighbors, you fall into an echo chamber, you know, things like that, you know, that prevent people from organizing with other human beings. But when they can predict your behavior, like they were saying that this computer was predicting moves, like 50 moves ahead of this player, and this player, you know, was taking 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes to stop before he moved each time. And every time he moved or he didn't move, the computer was still calculating all of the moves it could possibly make while he was just thinking about making his one move. So at a certain point, the computer is going to have an advantage over human thinking, you know. It's just a fact.
Look, I don't know that that's true. There's just in life, there are variables that can't be put onto a game board, you know.
Like an electric magnetic pulse.
Like a fucking pine cone in the middle of the street that you step on and you fucking roll, you know, you fall down and break your fucking skull. Okay? It's just, you know, there's a reality, and then there's this, you know, this cyber reality, and they're completely different things. Although the powers that be seem to be attempting to join them as much as they can together, blur them into one.
Earlier you were talking about Shadow and that company that worked with the Democratic Party and for the Iowa caucuses earlier this year, and you know that company was like a front company that was partially owned by that Pete Buttigieg and his friends from McKinsey something or another had actually invested in this company before the primaries, and it was the company that they kind of were directed to choose in the Democratic Party because of Clinton operatives who kind of pushed them in that direction to use the software.
Right.
And then the software basically bungled up the whole caucus process to where they weren't even able, because people weren't familiar with it and it didn't work, let alone whether it was rigged. It ended up mucking up the process to such a degree we didn't even know who the winner of the contest was for weeks, and it actually affected the primary season. You know, it affected whether or not Bernie Sanders would have had more support going into New Hampshire and South Carolina. It was like it had political outcome.
Right.
That the caucus was fucked up.
Right.
So it's things like that. You know, in the past, I guess Woodward and Bernstein would have called it like, you know, rat fucking or something. Remember that movie, All the President's Men?
Sure.
Where they go and talk with some of the plumbers, and the guy says like, yeah, I was a rat fucker for Dick Nixon, and you know, and the things they would do in the primary to kind of create chaos. You know, they accused one of the Democratic candidates of being crazy, and he had to go to a psychiatrist, and that tainted him because they got the name of his psychiatrist and they put it all over the newspapers. So they were like doing things that we would consider, I guess, normal, but maybe things that weren't normal to affect the outcome of the election, and that happened this time. That did happen.
I think it happens a lot. I think that it happened, you know, during the 2016 election to Bernie Sanders. A lot. The fucking media literally calling him crazy Bernie. You know, I mean, that was
in the 2000 election in Florida, like you mentioned.
Yeah,
that was crazy. I mean, that's just crazy, right?
The 2004, the guy's brother is the governor of the state in which there seems to be a problem with the election. I mean, how much more blatant can we be, right?
I mean, if you still believe you live in a democracy and you didn't like pay any attention during those like 2 months and whatever, the year 2000, I'm sorry, it's not a democracy.
No. It's not a democracy. I mean, it's really weird. I heard Joe Biden the other day. He said democracy prevails, and I was like, that was a total flashback to fucking V for Vendetta, because they say Britain prevails. Britain prevails. John Huston. But he said democracy prevails. I'm like, oh man, I gotta start using that. Democracy prevails.
Except for the fascist and V for Vendetta, the chancellor of the movie, the chancellor of the country, he really was like, you know, an intelligent, evil character, right? He worked his way up. This party like rose with this plague. So Joe Biden is like the feckless leader before Adolf Hitler, I think. Like, he's not going to get anything done. And the Trump supporters who are really zealous for a different kind of change, maybe a more nationalist, like brown shirt kind of, we're going to march in the street with our guns, like that. They could gain power. They could gain more power because of Joe Biden being feckless. And I think that is the fear of people who are paying attention. Of course, the left is so it isn't the left. I hesitate to even say that.
Yeah.
It's Democrats. It's Democrats.
Right.
They're not really the left.
That's not the
left. They
left.
don't really represent the left.
Not at all.
I really want to emphasize that. So the people who are voting for Democrats, like, they will support tyranny. And many moderate Republicans will support tyranny as well. But it's the people outside.
And have been for many, many years. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So our hope is on the people who are outside of the center. We shouldn't be trusting the center. I know, I see the clock is ticking, and I want to go to listen to other people because I do want to listen to some other people. But I wanted to thank you for your program tonight and to sincerely wish you and Craig a Happy New Year and everyone in chat a Happy New Year.
Hey, Chris, it's always good to hear from you, man. I look forward to talking to you again real soon.
Yeah, likewise. Peace, Mike.
Okay, see ya. That's our buddy Chris from Olympia. It's been a lovely evening. I'm so glad that you guys were here to share it with us for this New Year's Eve, we all had a chance to share some time together. I'm always glad that we have a chance to share time together, because it's nice. You know, you guys are even when we don't agree. I think that the conversations that we have grow consciousness, improve the consciousness, improve the the conversation needs to be had. It needs to be had in just this global fucking worldwide, it's like we all have the internet, we all have cell phones, we can have some kind of worldwide town hall meetings, and start fucking figuring out what it is that the priorities for humans are. Not have politicians figuring the shit out, because the politicians are selling us out to the corporations. The politicians have agendas of power and fame and money, and you can see it. That's all they seem to accomplish when they're in Washington, D.C. I don't see them accomplishing anything for the people. Oh, I got another book deal. fucking A. Got another book deal, baby. Okay, anybody wants to call, the number's right there on the screen. It's 805-669-6397. I'm getting hungry, man. Talking about a pizza 2 hours ago. I am getting hungry. I'm gonna go make some food here pretty soon. See if we can make it for another few minutes. If anybody wants to call, nobody wants to call. I don't want to sit here and babble on your New Year's Eve. That's not why I came out here. I just want to share a minute with you and say thanks for everything. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for, you know, giving me the opportunity to have a platform where people seem to be interested in the things that I want to share. I really appreciate it. And if you want to help me stick around, you know, it's easy to make a contribution to Mox News. You can see at moxnews.com. There are clickable links, or there's clickable links in the chat of the fucking of this video. In the description box of the video, there's clickable links. So it's easy to leave a donation if you feel like doing so, and helping us to continue on to make this happen for 2021 and beyond, to oblivion and beyond, as they used to like to say. One of my heroes used to say something like, to oblivion and beyond. Hello, caller.
You need a new secretary, Mike.
Which one?
Craig. He wasn't. He was watching porn on the other computer, and he didn't even know Chris was off the line.
Oh, I don't know. I think he's bored. I don't know what's going on with him.
Happy New Year, my friend. How are you doing?
I am doing fine. How are you?
Good. I was listening to your show while I was cooking my soup, and now it's on low boil, low bubble, so I can talk to you about communism and stuff. But no, man, you know, I heard what Chris was just saying about the game Go.
Yeah.
This is an obscure fact about me. Even my best friends don't know this. That I invented in the 80s a 6-man chessboard played on a hexagon matrices. You could play 2 people, you could play 3 people, or you could play 4 people, or you could play 6 people. Oh. And it's instead of being played on a square matrix, it's played on a hexagon matrix. The name of the game was Drake's. I still have the boards and the pieces, and I spent a lot of time developing it, and got you know, a bunch of people to play it, and then I started doing market research, and I copyrighted it, but I got slowed down at the you know, you got to have investors, you know, like, so that's what stopped me. Was I just kind of stopped. I was, you know, building buildings and playing music and shit, and so I never really developed that game. But yeah, a hexagon matrix mathematically creates more variance than square matrix, you know, so that's why, you know, it's really like warfare. Imagine playing chess with 6 people where they're all playing against each other rather than a one-on-one game, you know.
Yeah, that sounds very interesting.
Yeah, no, you know, I was hanging around with a bunch of bricklayers at that time. I was in the union, and nobody realized my genius at that time. So I didn't get it. My friends didn't get me. It's like, oh, this guy's weird. He invents shit, and he fucking plays music, and he's talking about weird shit. I think it was Elvis that said, if you talk about things that other people don't understand, they think you're crazy. That's basically the story of my life, man. It's like, everybody thinks I'm fucking crazy, but actually I think I'm just a creative person, that's all. Some kind of genius type dude, but yeah.
I think it was Steven Tyler, right? He says, talk about things that nobody cares. Wearing out jeans that nobody wears. Something like that, I don't know.
Yeah, I just saw this program last night on Iggy Pop's early days, and the Stooges ended in, I think, like 74, and they were playing with this up-and-coming band called, was it 74? Maybe it was 73 or 72, and there was this up-and-coming band called Aerosmith, and so then I went and I watched a bunch of Aerosmith videos, and man, those guys had some badass music. When it comes to rock and roll,
yeah,
I think Aerosmith was like way up in the top 10 of great American bands, you know, just as far as songs go, like Last Child and Sweet Emotion and Dream On, and it's just so many.
Yeah, I know. Dream On. No, this is a great. The album Toys in the Attic. We totally wore in high school. That was like we wore that shit out, man. It was as good as it gets, and you know,
yeah.
rolled into town in a police car.
Hey, won't jump on your jack,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and then I guess they all got addicted to heroin, and they didn't make a comeback until some rap group, I don't know who they were from New York, redid their...
DMC?
Yeah, Run DMC, yeah. And they made some comeback, and they came back, and now Joe Perry, who's just an awesome guitar player.
Yeah.
He plays with Johnny Depp and Alice Cooper half the time in the Hollywood Vampires. And,
that sounds like a fun gig.
Yeah, Aerosmith was one of the great American bands.
Yeah. I met Steven Tyler in 1990, 97, 98. He was a very, very nice man. He invited me back to his motel room.
Did you go?
His wife was like, no. I had like 3 very hot girls with me at the time. He's like, you guys should come back and we can hang out. I was like, all right. His wife's like, oh, and you know what? In the middle of meeting Steven Tyler, right? Somebody comes up to us and asks me for my autograph. Ha!
Where the fuck were you? What? This was 97?
Yeah, I was in Seattle. There was like an indoor mall up on Capitol Hill in downtown Seattle.
And they ignored Steven Tyler and asked you for your autograph. That's a great story, man.
It was fucking awesome, dude.
You just started your TV show at that time?
Yeah, the TV show was about 8 months old at that time.
Oh, wow, man. That's a great story, dude.
Yeah.
Look, they didn't even look at Steven Tyler? Or
they didn't say a word to Steven Tyler at all.
That's a great story, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just go by songs, and if you just analyze the early Aerosmith, it was like, whoa. I saw them, Jeff Beck, ZZ Top, and one other band at the Anaheim Stadium way back in the 70s. And it was a great show, man. It was some other band. I can't remember the fourth band. But, yeah, back in the day, man, concerts was like, fuck. You $15, $10, $15, you go see a great show with just the best bands. I don't even know how they made money. It shows you all by itself, that situation, that they could charge, Led Zeppelin could charge $15 or $20 for a ticket. It shows you the difference between the economy in the 70s and right now. Here we are 50 years later, right? And I remember going to the store as a kid and bread was 10 cents. Now the cheapest bread you can get is $1, and most bread is $3 or $3.50. And I could rent a whole house with 3 bedrooms for $350. And now one dinky little room in a house is $600-700.
Yeah.
So we are in making the population poorer and poorer and poorer. And, you know, a ticket to fucking Lollapalooza or some show, you'd be lucky to get in there for $150.
Yeah.
15.
Yeah.
So, man, and wages, shit, I was making $12, $15 an hour in the 70s, and that's still the fucking prevailing wage right now. You know, so how are people supposed to prosper, get by, pay their rent, buy a car? You know, you didn't have to have insurance in the 70s, but now you can't. You know, the insurance companies are hooked into the DMV, and you can't drive, or you'll get arrested if you don't have insurance. You know, they'll impound your car if you don't have insurance. It was Thomas Jefferson who said, tyranny is defined as that which is legal for the government but illegal for the citizenry. So they dump so many laws on us that there's so many laws on the books without even knowing it. Every day, the little Miss Prissy Mary householder is breaking 10 laws, and she doesn't even know it because there's so many laws, like don't cross the double yellow line, you have to wear a mask, you got to do with the, you know. And I question the cops. I'd say, hey, if I'm breaking a fucking law, you can take your fucking phone out right now, and you can show me that law right now on your phone. And that's how I get the fuck out of trouble. It's like, you know, I know that no such law exists, and you're trying to tell me that it does. Tell me what's the number of the law you're trying to enforce on me. So I'm a rebel. I don't like the way the population is being squished. I don't like the fact that the young people are self-enforcing. They are enforcing the rules that the government tells them exist. When if you had any intuition, any spirit, any free spirit, any human fire, divine fire in the human being, you would be able to stand up to your mayor, your policeman, your councilman, your senator, your congressman, and just say, fuck you. This is an anti-human law you're trying to force down our throats. And so that's why I'm so against everything that's going on. It's too much. I heard you say several times something about, you know, squishing the human spirit, that we're losing our human spirit. And
it's like it's almost illegal to just act like a human being.
Right. Yeah. And so, I mean, this is, despite the fact that it's a political war and it's an economic war and it's a information war, it's a spiritual war. And you know, you look at all the old movies of all the heroes from Braveheart to Spartacus, and that's the way you really have to be if you're going to stand up to, you know, thank God the congressman or my mayor doesn't have a right to come and fuck my wife on the first night of my marriage, like the English lords have the right to do that to the Scottish people. Remember in the movie Braveheart?
No, I don't know that movie, but I know which movie you're talking about, but I haven't watched it.
Oh, fuck, that's one of the greatest movies, dude. Mel Gibson is a great director, and that's a historical fact that Henry Longshanks, Longshanks passed a law that in order to breed English blood into the Scottish rebels, that the English lords who were in Scotland had the right to fuck the bride on the wedding night. That way the Scottish blood would become mixed with English blood, and the standing up, you know, the bloods would become mixed, and the Scots would stop fighting the British eventually, because
I'm gonna stop fighting people that are fucking my wife on my honeymoon.
Yeah, so in the movie, Braveheart, Mel Gibson gets married in secret, right?
Yeah.
And they end up killing his wife, and he just goes ape shit, and goes, and he just almost overthrows the English Empire. He did overthrow half of it, and William Wallace was his name. And since that time that Mel Gibson made that movie, I guess in the late 80s maybe, Scotland declared its own independence, and I think Mel Gibson is an honorary Scot, right?
Huh. Wow.
And they got statues to William Wallace, and the story, because he's the one who spread that story. And Henry Longshanks, the English kings were fucked.
Yeah.
And England has this interesting history, whereas it took a long time for feudalism to die out, and the king's power to decrease and the parliament to be established. And then there was this guy, what was his fucking name, who actually, he was a member of parliament, and he was a rancher, and he actually ended up beheading the king, because the king went apeshit on the people in the parliament and started bringing in foreign soldiers to attack the English citizens. Not Canterbury, it was. But England has this interesting history of the back and forth, the push and pull between parliament, commoners, and lordships and the king. And then, of course, they were going through that still. Cromwell. Oliver Cromwell was a guy that he didn't want to be the one to step up and fight the king, but he was kind of forced to, and Parliament ended up beheading the king. And now, we got a different system where we don't have lords in America. What we got is politicians, but they're just as corrupt as the lord and the baron and the duke and the king. And apparently we have royalty. Apparently the Clintons are royalty, and Obama is royalty, and Clinton's daughter wants to be a politician, and goddamn fucking Obama's daughter in 10 years will be running for senator. And don't even get me started on Trump. I think that blonde-haired chick, his daughter, will be running for something sooner or later. But it's a weird dynamic that we got. But once again, I got to say, the only thing that matters, it's not nuclear war. It's not who's president necessarily. It's not Democrat versus Republican. It might be Israeli power having so much control over America. That's a very, very big issue that's been around for literally centuries. Even before Israel was founded, the Jewish lobby was huge. Henry Ford fought against it. Hitler fought against it. A lot of people didn't like it. But the only thing that really matters right now is COVID-19. Open up the country, get rid of the fake pandemic, let people go back to work, and let us fight our government. Because when the cops are beating people up for not wearing masks, or beating people up for opening up their barbecue store, which has happened plenty of times already, you're no longer in America. You're in Stalinist Russia, where they can come and take away your stuff, and it's not your stuff, and you don't have any rights. And that's all I care about, is opening up the country. And so there was some developments today and yesterday. Georgia is going to flip for Trump. Arizona is going to flip for Trump. And within a couple of days, we'll find out whether or not Pennsylvania flips for Trump. So all of and I'm sure you know that the first Republican senator already sided with Trump, and then you got 140 some odd Republican senators that are going to side for Trump, and then
you mean representatives, not senators?
Yeah, representatives. Yeah. And the man that's going to end up with all his power, all the power in his hand, is the president of the Senate, whose name is
Pence.
Mike Pence, right. So Pence is going to be the man that reinstalls Trump as president, and I think that's what's going to happen, and I'm very glad about that, and I hope Trump doesn't play softball anymore, because obviously playing nicey nice when you're trying to drain the swamp isn't working. In case you didn't notice, Donald Trump, you gotta, if you like fucking I forget who his favorite president is, Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson walked around the White House with 2 fucking pistols on 24/7. He didn't play nicey nice, man. That's not the way to go during these times. So Donald Trump is going to have to get his shit together, kick some fucking ass once he gets reinstalled as president, and put some people in fucking jail. And I would say, hey, Trump, quit giving Israel $20 million every fucking day, but he ain't going to listen to me because he's bought off. There's plenty of shit I don't like about Donald Trump, but you know me, I'm a Palestinian activist. I don't like Israel, but to me, COVID-19 trumps all of that stuff. There's nothing more important than COVID-19. We got to opening up business and getting rid of this pharmaceutical fascism. It's fascist, pharma fascism. It's like there's a virus, and so we have to take away all your rights and all your houses, and we got to impoverish you guys so you don't die. But you'll notice anybody in any major city or even a medium-sized city can drive down the streets of their city, see 500 tents and campers and homeless people. None of them are dying. They would all be dead if
well, they're all partially dead already. I mean, the people in the homeless camps are not the healthiest people in the world. I wouldn't say none of them were dying, but you would think that we would see those people dying off very quickly if the disease was as deadly and spreads as quickly as they say.
Yeah, they're vulnerable and their health is already compromised. So why aren't we picking up dead bodies in the streets, with wagons saying, bring out your dead, ring-a-ding-a-ding, bring out your dead. That ain't happening. I see it all over my county. Homeless people everywhere. They're still getting harassed by the cops just because they're homeless. You guys aren't good enough for us. Are you human beings? Show me your permit. It's like, fuck, they're homeless, dude. You guys squished the economy, and there's more on the way. So what are you going to do about that? So that's my motivation right there. It's like rally the forces, get people wired up, get them fired up, and start fighting back. There's more of us than there is of them, and they're dumb shits with imaginary power. They don't have power over me. I won't let them.
They don't have power over us unless we give it to them. That's the whole thing.
Correct.
Yeah. So we need to come together so that we can explain that to them in no uncertain terms, basically.
Yeah. Well, I want 2021 to be a great year. We're at the fulcrum right now where we can go into the toilet. We've been circling the toilet for so many decades now. We can go just down the fucking drain right now, or we can snap out of it and have a new American Renaissance and stop playing all this partisan stuff and get out of the COVID. Bust all these scammers. The difference between the China policy and American imperialist policy is that America does whatever is expedient to make the most amount of profit this week and next week, and that's about it. That's the whole extent of our foreign policy and our fiscal policies. Like, okay, it's Wall Street. Okay, the Dow is way up. It's time to do this and time to do that. But the Chinese, man, they got like 50-year plans, and they've already been infiltrating the United States for a good 20 years, So they are behind a lot of this World Health Organization and the National Institute of Health and the Great Reset and the COVID-19 scam and all the politicians turning on Trump, and the media. And the media is another big one. So we're, you know, it's not just the Chinese, but the Chinese are a big influence over American politics and American media. And there never was a Russia hoax, but there is a real threat from China, which, you know, fuck Pollard. You know, I don't, you know, I don't ignore Israel, but right now, COVID-19 is more important than Israel. I'm in favor of cutting off all aid to Israel tomorrow, right now, but opening up my country is more important.
You know why I really would like to do that is I'd like to see how Israel responds, because I guarantee you Israel would just be like, fuck America, you know, or they would, or there would be bombings in America all of a sudden. And if that's the way they really feel, unless we pay them off, then why the fuck are we paying them off, you know?
Well, maybe you've seen, you're the video guy, maybe you've seen the video of Netanyahu talking in Hebrew to some Jewish people saying, we own Israel, or we own America. America is no threat to us. We can suck the life out of America and let it dry up and blow away. That's literally what Netanyahu thinks about America and its political system, and the people. You know, fuck the politicians, the people. But, you know, who else gets 30 fucking standing ovations by Congress when they go there and they talk their bullshit with their fake charts, you know? Netanyahu, 30 fucking standing ovations. It's like, you know, you won't get me, if I was a congressman, to stand up and clap for that guy at all. And I think you're wrong about Iran. I don't think Trump's going to do shit with Iran, but...
I sure hope I'm wrong about Iran. There's nothing I want more than to be wrong about Iran. Last thing I want to see... I just see him trying to screw up everything possible before he gets out of office. I know you don't think he thinks he's leaving, but you know, the way that everybody's talking is he's leaving, and if that's what on the radar, I can see him making clear that we're not going back to the Iran fucking nuclear deal before he leaves office, you know, and the most sure way to do that is to fuck with Iran big time right now.
Obama let the Pentagon go into Libya and Syria, and it's been 20 years we've been in Iraq. And the worst thing that Trump has done is he killed Soleimani, you know. So he seems to stop at illegal assassinations rather than all-out wars. And I'm quite aware, and you're aware, that there are American boats and submarines and Israeli boats and submarines off the coast of Iran right now. So they're doing some threatening saber rattling.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's... and Israel never stops. They fly over Lebanon airspace to bomb Syria all the fucking time.
And Israel never stops. I understand that.
So, you know, for me, I keep an eye on the geopolitical stuff. I'm more worried about China than I am worried about whether a war is going to break out in Iran. You got Russia and China both allied to Iran, so there's your stopgap right there. There's your buffer. They're not going to risk all-out world war with China and Russia backing up Iran. And who else backs Iran? Syria backs Iran. A couple other countries, but it's if you know those forces, especially Russia, stopped the American imperialism that was destroying Syria.
Yeah.
The CIA and the Pentagon failed in Syria. They failed. So Israel is taking American money and just flying missions with jets and drones and bombing people in mostly Syria and sometimes Iraq.
And Iran.
I can't remember any specific targeting of Iran.
Yeah, they target Iran regularly.
Yeah, I think they kind of stop at Iranian airspace, dude.
No.
I mean, they get close to it, but they don't bomb Iran.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, but I just want to open up my country, and I want to start my fucking hot dog stand, and that's all I care about, dude. It's like, you know, and I hate Israel, but I can't help the Palestinians if my country is shut down.
Yeah, I just want the end of this fucking divisive bullshit, you know? I want the people to come together. I want them to recognize the real threat to our personal freedom, and it's not Iran. You know, it's not China and it's not Russia. The real threat to our personal freedom exists almost solely in Washington, D.C. and in our local police forces. So, that's the facts, Jack.
Yeah, I think as an American citizen, I just want to say to the other American citizens, take care of your brothers and sisters as best you're able, stay informed, and don't back down from authority when authority is wrong. That's the way we change the world, is by standing up. And if you can, whatever happens in 2021, show up. Don't just hide in your house and say, "Oh, somebody else will do it." No, it's time. You know, if I got to grab my rifle and go out into the street and face off with whoever or whatever, I'm going to do it. It's time. You know, it was time a long time ago, and people have gotten weak and complacent and stupid. Just, they're so mind controlled, they actually believe most of the stuff that comes off the TV. So don't hurt your brother and sister. You're not fighting your brother and sister. You're fighting the mind control program spewed out by the government and the media. And whatever you do, don't take that fucking vaccine. Vaccine is killer. So, yeah, that's all I got to say, dude. You know, and be happy and be free. You know, rock out. Turn your speakers up to 11 and rock out.
Enjoy something. Find something to enjoy. There's something right there in front of you to enjoy. Don't focus on all the negativity. Don't buy into the fear. You know, we'll get through this. Stay cool. It'll be okay.
Is that a natural red color on Rufus's belly there?
I don't know what the deal is with the lighting on his belly. His belly is like a normal pink color when I look at it over here. So I don't know.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
because he got his nuts cut off, right?
Yeah, he just got castrated. Yeah.
And he's doing better.
Yeah, we're walking longer walks now, and he appears to be getting a little bit stronger. So yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, because it has an orange color on the internet, so I was wondering if that was like a product of him getting.
I think they shaved his belly, so I think it might be a little bit of that. But when I look at it again from here, when I look at his belly, it just looks a normal pink color.
So, yeah, here we are. What is it? It's 11:44. 15 minutes to go. You gonna stay on till midnight?
Yeah, I think so. If Craig's down to stay on, we'll stay on till midnight.
Okay, dude. Well, that's all I gotta say is let's you know, what's that song? Come on, people now, smile on your brother. Everybody get together and try to, you know, it's a little wishy-washy, but
no, that's a good one. I like that one.
You know what song I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I think CNN. I mean, I think South Park used that on one of their crazy videos.
Yeah, well, there's also another good one. It's like nothing changes on New Year's Day, like Biting 2, you know?
Yeah, that's a great song. Nothing changes on New Year's Day.
Don't get your hopes up, but I'm almost willing to bet money that Mike Pence. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think Joe Biden is not going to get enough electoral votes. It's going to go to the Senate, right? or is it that? Oh, it has to go through the House and then the Senate. And I think
yeah, well, it's a joint session. No, it's a joint session of Congress in which the Senate and the House are both in the same space.
Yeah, and they're not. Neither one of them is going to get enough electoral votes, so it's going to be one vote per state, presided over by Mike Pence. And Mike Pence doesn't have to open up any envelope that from a state which he believes the election was compromised. So he's not going to open up the envelopes from Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Michigan, and maybe a couple more. And that's going to mean that it's one vote per state, and Trump wins. And then you're going to see the shit hit the fucking fan. And there's several tactics that the Democrats can do. They can boycott that joint session of the House and the Senate, but that also leaves Republican congressmen and senators to vote for their state, right? So that's not going to work. And the second tactic they can use is to try to appeal to the Supreme Court, right? But that's not going to fly either. And that's going to happen, I think, on January 20th. That's going to happen, right? Or is that
January 6th?
January 6th. So we're talking six motherfucking days.
We're talking Wednesday, yeah, this next Wednesday.
So that's what I think is going to happen. And I think you're going to, God, no, you're going to see so much shit. And it's like, how could this happen? Donald Trump stole the election, and everybody's going to hammer him. And you're going to see people like me rejoicing in the street. Not that I worship the poor orange dumb fuck, but he better fucking get his shit together and open up the country, because that's the only thing I care about. And as far as that $2,000 check that people are waiting on, who the fuck knows? I don't think they're meeting tomorrow on it. I think they took New Year's Day off. So, yeah. Oh, one more thing, Mitch McConnell. That guy is such a snake. He's such a reptile that, you know, he said, okay, well, I want $2,000 for everybody, and I also want an investigation into voter fraud and one other item for Trump, you know.
Yeah.
And that's called hedging your bets. He doesn't give a fuck about Trump. He's not on Trump's side. He knew that if he stuck that stuff in the bill, that the Democrats would veto it, and that way it looks like he's doing something super good, but he's just using the Democrats' stuckness against themselves, because he stuck that stuff in the bill because he knew they would veto it. And he doesn't care about the $2,000 checks. He doesn't care about an investigation into voter fraud. He's your consummate reptile politician who he only cares about his job, and he's connected with the Chinese also.
Yeah.
And so that is a guy playing the good guy, but he's really the bad guy. Mitch McConnell. He's a reptile. He looks like a turtle, but he's actually a lizard.
I just don't see who that guy appeals to, man. What kind of person thinks that guy is on their side? Really don't get it.
I for the life of me, I can't imagine selling out to that degree that you... How could a person get to that state of treason against their own country? And that applies to practically all of them. It's like, it's a den of thieves. It's a den of iniquity. These people are reptiles. They're shapeshifters. Of like, you want to peel their skin back and expose their scales and their little reptile eyes. And these are fucking leaders. They're fucking great. The depravity and the treachery and the corruption is so great that it almost makes Donald Trump refreshing. in comparison. You know, it's like what?
I get that. I totally get that. You know, and I keep coming back to, you know, I despise Donald Trump, but I'm glad to see someone doing this. I'm glad to see someone doing that. You know, and I pointed out numerous. Well, I don't say numerous things, but I pointed out things that Donald Trump has done that are, you know, I've waited to see a lot of presidents do, and they've done shit about it. You know, so
yeah, you'll notice both Republicans and Democrats take Israeli money.
yeah, for sure.
It's like they got it so twisted around. They know what we're likely to do before we do. You know, and they. You know, I would almost predict an attempt on Donald Trump's life. Somebody's going to try to kill him. You know,
it's part. It's part of the game. You know, I mean, we'll find out a lot more on Wednesday, and I think that'll be a very, very interesting day as far as what happens in American history. So. If you have a chance, you'll be wanting to pay attention then, for sure.
Yeah, these are very pivotal times. There's no other word for it. Pivotal and fraudulent and just rancid. It's like Washington, D.C. is a sewer, and that every senator, not everyone, but most of them are sewer rats just swimming around Turd City, you know. Should call it Turd City.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. So it's almost midnight, my friend, and I'm going to get off the phone, but I'll see you next year, and thanks for a whole year of call-in shows, and you're doing a great job, and keep up the work. And
all right, well, it's really good to hear from you always, Michael, so I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're part of what we do, and I look forward to talking to you again soon.
All right, take care, bro.
Okay, see
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, too. And Happy New Year to all of you. I have a lovely dab ready to go. It's about to turn to midnight here on the West Coast. I'm going to put a little more on here. I'll get a nice fat dab ready to share with you guys at midnight. There's my other beautiful baby. There's my beautiful baby. Hi, my beautiful baby. Isn't she pretty? That's my girl. That's my girl. I'm going to get a lovely dab to share with you guys. There's fireworks going off, so the dogs are like, what's happening? They don't like the fireworks. No siree, not one bit. So I am going to have a big fat dab with you guys and wish you a happy new year, and go hang out with my dogs while they have a barrage of explosion after explosion go off for the next 10 or 15 minutes. So I hope that I have nothing but the best wishes for all of you. Okay, I don't care what your politics are. I want us to care about our neighbors, you know. I want our neighbors to be, you want to look out for your neighbor, because that's the kind of neighborhood that you want to live in. That's the kind of neighborhood I want to live in. So, if you get a chance, you know, say hi to your neighbor. Just to say hi. How's it going? You know, because that's, again, the world I want to live in. And I honestly believe that the neighborhood I live in is a lot more friendly solely because I say hello to absolutely everybody. It's so weird when somebody new moves in. You can always tell the new people they're not quite up to speed on the saying of hello. Or at least not to people who look like me. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, it's Stephen James.
Hey, how's it going, Stephen?
Good. I guess it's about 5 minutes till the Happy New Year.
Something like that.
Well, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, too.
Oh, it will definitely be. I'm going to be a lot more busy and productive. I'm very happy about it.
Awesome.
Yeah, the the silly rules and lockdowns really don't affect me, which is nice.
Yeah, it's nice when the rules don't apply to you.
Well, I mean, like, it's not that they don't apply to me, it's that they don't apply to the places that I work for.
Right on.
Because I basically work for, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different restaurants.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so I mean, like, and I also work for big chain stores like Walmart and all these other things, but especially since Walmart called me a sore loser, I'm never going to go ahead and take a Walmart run again in my life.
Huh.
Yeah, and they only end up actually doing most of their deliveries. Basically, their only deliveries are in the morning. That, you know, that's all you can get because every other place is closed and no one wants to order anything but groceries from Walmart at 6 o'clock in the morning, so that when they wake up, you can go ahead and grab them.
Huh, wow.
So, yeah, I'm that much of a sore loser that I'm not going to support their corporation by working for them. Third party.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, Walmart has had their problems with destroying America and their corporatization. There's this whole Walmartization of America. There's a phrase that I use, you know, and that's just when everything boils down to making one more fucking penny off of shit, you know, just making that last little tiny penny. That's what Walmart. Because when Walmart started, it was everything made in America. And then, like, nothing in America.
For some weird reason, I was properly educated by one teacher in high school, and it was this American history teacher, and also a few other of my history teachers. But during that time, we ended up watching a documentary on Walmart that went through everything about this, including China and all this other bullshit. And then I ended up doing extra research afterwards, and of course, there's the nets, you know, and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
You know how it goes.
Yeah. Right on. Well, I'm glad to hear things are going good for you, Stephen.
Anyways, I just want to go ahead and celebrate that Happy New Year with you.
Right on. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get ready to take this bong hit so I can get out of here and go go cuddle with my dogs. It's good to hear from you. I'm glad things are going good.
Me too. I'm going to go ahead and take a hit and slug a beer for you. Have a good Happy New Year.
Okay.
And Craig too.
Okay, back at you. Talk to you soon. See ya. That's Stephen James from Reno. I want to get the bong heated up and get ready to go. There's a lot of explosions going on right now in our neighborhood because that's what it means. That's what freedom is. Exploding stuff. We gotta blow shit up, man. How else will people know we're free if we're not blowing shit up? Right? Democracy prevails. And I'll tell you how they know that you're free. Is because you're heating up your dab rig for a big fat fucking puff on the internet in front of the whole fucking world. That's how they know you're free. But unfortunately, not all of us can do that safely. And I would not encourage it to those of you who think that it is not safe to do that. Not because the cannabis is not safe, but because the government that that thinks they own you will make an example of you. You don't want to be an example. So it's fine to smoke it, but just don't post it on the internet. That's all I'm saying. Don't let them keep you from smoking, but don't post it on the internet. Not a good plan. Me, I don't give a fuck. Fuck the government. Local government, fuck the federal government. I want better for all of us. So here's to a better 2021 for everybody. Okay? Follow me and do exactly as you see.
Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop.
Is that somebody with a... Is that an actual siren?
I don't know what that is.
Sounds like when they're coming to pick you up. Are you having a seizure? Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Oh. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. There's that girl. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. She went under the desk. There was a lot of big booms. Big bada boom. Big bada boom. All right. There is a lot of big bada booms. Okay, so what? Yeah, a lot of bombs bursting in air, no doubt about it. So I am gonna go hug on the dogs so that they know that everything's okay. And I'm gonna get a nice snack to eat. Thanks so much for joining us. Figure we'll be back on Monday, do another show. Try and get this kicked off, this new year kicked off, doing every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So hopefully we will see you then and there. Until then, stay cool, because one of these days this war is going to end. Stay cool till then.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com